Chapter 2104. Noah's words pierced deeply into Zhuo Wei's heart, causing blood to rush to his head. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Zhuo Wei roared crazily. "I'll definitely kill you." Just as Zhuo Wei was about to charge out again, a hand gripped his shoulder tightly. "Unfortunately, it's almost time." Li Qingyin pressed down on his cracked mask with one hand and pressed down on Zhuo Ren's shoulder with the other as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. "The attack should have already begun. If we continue to stay here, we'll just be digging our own graves." Zhuo Wei glared angrily at Li Qingyin. However, Zhuo Wei's angry glare was met with a murderous glare from Li Qingyin under his mask. "If you don't want to listen to me, I don't mind making you listen to me." That deep and emotionless voice made Zhuo Wei's heart tremble slightly. Although Zhuo Wei had been modified into a mechanical soldier and was no longer an incompetent weakling like 3 years ago, Zhuo Wei was still no match for Li Qingyin. After all, Zhuo Wei was different from Zhuo Wei, who only relied on his mechanical soldier's super holmium metal body to fight. Not only could Li Qingyin skillfully use the virtual device in his body, but his combat skills were also quite powerful. Zhuo Wei could not compare to him. Zhuo Wei was just an incompetent captain of the security team. He was not like Li Qingyin, who had killed countless people in his life. He was extremely cruel and even tried to destroy the world. It was impossible for Zhuo Wei not to be afraid in the face of such a crazy person. Zhuo Wei could only unwillingly lower his arm and roar at Noah with a twisted face. "Remember, one day, I'll kill you with my own hands." After saying that, Li Qingyin grabbed Zhuo Ren with one hand and leaped into the blazing sea of fire with Leech Little Benet, disappearing without a trace. "Wait!" Tina wanted to chase after them, but Noah stopped her again. "Don't worry about them. We'll deal with them later," Noah said. "What's important now is Muggeng. Let's go there first." "Young Mistress Muggeng." Tina was first taken aback before coming to a realization. "Could it be, that's right, their mission was to lure you away. You've fallen into their trap." Noah turned his head and looked in the direction of the sacred residence. Muggeng should have suffered a real attack. It's more important to rush there now. It was just as Noah had thought. After Tina was lured away by Zhuo Ren, Yingyin the Leech, and Benet the Leech, a group of people attacked the holy abode. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, a group of people wearing bulletproof vests and gas masks were hiding behind cars, trees, and all kinds of cover, firing in the direction of the holy residence. The guards of the holy residence were fighting back. They used the entire holy residence as cover, holding guns and constantly shooting at the terrorist troops. Compared to 3 years ago, Holy Sun had obviously spent a lot of effort on the guards. The guards today were not as incompetent as they were 3 years ago. Although they were caught off guard, they still organized an effective counterattack and firmly blocked the terrorists outside the holy residence. Among them, Xia Shi also held a submachine gun and constantly pulled the trigger, letting the bullets rain out like raindrops, restraining the terrorists' footsteps. Behind Xia Shi, Muggeng calmly held a knife, and beside her was Holy Sun. Bang! A grenade was thrown over, but it was shot by Xia Shi. It exploded in mid-air, setting off a strong wave of fire and impact. However, this grenade completely tilted the battle in the direction of the terrorists. As if they were inspired, the terrorists threw grenades one after another. Bang 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 bang. Explosions sounded one after another, blowing up the guards of the holy residence one after another. Some were even blown away by the waves of fire and impact, rolling on the ground in a sorry state and crying out. Under the powerful firepower attack, the terrorists finally came out from behind the cover. Like an army, one by one, they approached Muggeng and Holy Sun. "Miss Muggeng." Xia Shi did not panic, but looked at Muggeng calmly. "President Tiantong." Holy Sun tightly held his hands in front of him and cast his gaze on Muggeng. Under the gaze of Xia Shi and Holy Sun, Muggeng only slowly put her hand on the hilt of the knife, and her eyes began to become sharp. Just as the knife ghost was about to show his power, an accident happened. Poochie! A strange sound suddenly sounded. In the terrorist group that came out in full force, the head of the attacker who rushed at the front suddenly exploded, splashing a large amount of blood and brain matter, and slowly falling to the ground. The sudden sacrifice caused the entire terrorist group to subconsciously stop in their tracks. However, the moment they stopped, the terrorists' doomsday also arrived. Shio 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 shio. Sniper bullets suddenly cut through the air, with a sharp sound that surpassed the speed of sound, fiercely attacking point one by one. The terrorists' heads were shot through by the sniper bullets, and with the last cry of their lives, they fell to the ground and lost consciousness forever. The group of terrorists had no way to find where the enemy was, and suddenly panicked. However, the sniper bullets that brought death continued, and the terrorists fell one by one. Pools of blood stained the ground red. Seeing this scene, Mugging breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Looks like Tina made it in time. Obviously, when the attack came and Tina did not appear, Mugging had already guessed that Tina was lured away by someone else. Now, Tina had obviously defeated the interferer and joined the battle. Apart from Tina, there was no one else in Mugging's memory who was able to hit their target with a 100% accuracy rate. Moreover, Mugging had already discovered that Tina's Sandfeld had moved here and was investigating the scene. There was no clearer signal than this. Tina made it in time. Xia sure seemed to be relieved. Then there's no problem. They both belonged to the Fairy Tale Guild, and he was Tina's closest playmate, so no one knew how terrifying Tina's strength was better than Xia sure. To put it bluntly, if Tina was willing, even if she were to attack a large country, it would only be a matter of time before the country was destroyed, unless there was someone who had also reached the level of domain in the country. Even if it was close combat, which was her weakest point, the current Tina could easily defeat almost all of the cursed children. Once she went into sniping, which she was most proficient in, she was truly invincible. Therefore, in Xia Shi's opinion, since Tina had made it in time, then there was no problem. However, the Holy Son who had been protected all this time shook his head. No, it's not over yet. Yes. It was not over yet. Because, even though the terrorists were panicking after the unimaginable sniping, they still did not retreat. What did this mean? It meant that the terrorists were not willing to give up the attack, but it meant that they still had methods that they had not used yet. This thought was confirmed in the next second. Tisk, there's no other way. A guy who looked like the leader of the terrorists took out a communication device and shouted into it. Release that. Just as the leader of the terrorists finished speaking, a military helicopter flew over from midair. That's... Mugging and the Holy Son seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed slightly. Xia Shi focused his attention on another place. That was a large metal box that the military helicopter was carrying. The military helicopter that flew above the holy residence directly released the steel rope that was holding the metal box, and the huge metal box fell from midair and landed heavily on the ground. Quick! The leader of the terrorists hurriedly ordered. Open it! A few of the terrorists immediately ran around the metal box and pressed the combination lock. At this moment, Mugging, the Holy Son, and Xia Shi had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Chapter 2105. No one knew if Tina had the same bad premonition as everyone else, but a few sniper bullets immediately pierced through the air and shot the terrorists who were gathered around the combination lock, sending them to hell. Go again. Go again. All of you, go. The terrorist leader shouted in a voice that didn't sound rational at all, ordering the terrorists to go forward one after another, rushing to the side of the large metal box as if their lives depended on it. They operated the combination lock in an attempt to open the metal box. With so many sacrifices, the last password was finally pressed. Kacha! Along with such a sound, the linked parts of the large metal box suddenly separated, as if disintegrating, falling in all directions. Wah! Seeing everything in the large metal box, Mugging, Elysian, and Xia Shi all gasped in shock. Bang! A sturdy leg came out of the iron box and landed heavily on the ground, causing a rumbling sound and a cloud of dust to rise. A huge creature walked out step by step, exposing its full appearance to everyone's vision. Looking at the behemoth, all the guards of the holy abode widened their eyes, the blood draining from their faces. Muggeng, Elysian, and Xiaoshi also looked at the huge figure, falling into shock. In a word, it was a protozoan. However, it wasn't a normal protozoan. At least, normal protozoans definitely didn't have such a huge body. Its height was more than 10 meters. The length of its neck took up 3/4 of its height. Its head was the appearance of a standard reptile. Its body was like an elephant. Although its tail wasn't as long as its neck, it was still much longer than its body, and was very heavy. When it landed on the ground, even a casual drag could crush the ground. Its appearance was simply like a long-necked dinosaur from the dinosaur era, its 4 thick legs stomping heavily, causing the ground to tremble. However, its skin wasn't as smooth and thick as a long-necked dinosaur's, instead, it was filled with pore-like lumps, looking extremely disgusting. Ooh 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 ooh. Then, the long-necked protozoan let out a roar that shook the air. The roar even formed a storm, blowing away everything in the surroundings towards Muggeng, Xiaoshi, and the Holy Son of Heaven. Muggeng, Xiaoshi, and Xingtianzi all had different reactions when they saw the huge protozoa. Stage 3. No. It's definitely a stage 4 protozoan. Muggeng's expression was a little ugly. How could this be? Elysian Son of Heaven was in disbelief. They actually managed to transport protozoa in here. Xiaoshi gripped his submachine gun tightly, his expression constantly changing. The three of them did not expect that in order to achieve the goal, the terrorist behind the scenes actually secretly transported the primitive animals to the Tokyo area and brazenly threw them into the attack. That was no joke. The protozoa themselves were not scary, but that was another matter altogether. The most important thing was that if one was attacked by a protozoa, there was a high chance that one would be infected with the protozoa virus, causing many people to turn into protozoa. If it was not handled well and the protozoa virus spread in the Tokyo area, it would definitely be a disaster. In order to kill me, they didn't hesitate to drag the entire Tokyo area into the water and involve the innocent people. Muggeng gripped the handle of the katana at her waist, her gaze becoming fierce. A bunch of incorrigible bastards. Elysian Son of Heaven's expression also became somewhat sorrowful, closing his eyes as if he was praying to God. Under such circumstances, the terrorist leader pointed in Muggeng's direction and actually ordered the protozoa. Kill her. Hearing that, the long-necked protozoan turned its long neck and turned its eyes to Muggeng, a murderous glint appearing in its eyes. Ooh 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 ooh. The next moment, the long-necked protozoan actually obeyed the terrorist leader's order and moved its thick but short legs, running wildly in Muggeng's direction. Dong 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 dong. The earth-shaking footsteps echoed in the surroundings, causing the entire holy residence to tremble. Lord Elysian Son of Heaven. Muggeng and Xiaoshi chose to protect Elysian Son of Heaven at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, dashing in front of Elysian Son of Heaven, one on the left and the other on the right, one in a battle stance, the other holding up a submachine gun. Fire! Fire! The holy residence guards also reacted, suppressing the fear in their hearts. One by one, they raised their guns. Don't even think about it. The terrorist leader led the remaining terrorists and also raised their weapons, once again starting a gunfight with the holy residence guards. The protozoa in the shape of the long-necked protozoa, under the cover of the terrorists, roared while charging in the direction of Muggeng and the others like a tank. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of a bullet piercing through the air was heard. The powerful sniper bullet pierced through the air and landed on the head of the long-necked protozoa. Bang! The head of the long-necked protozoa was directly blown apart by the powerful anti-tank sniper bullet, spilling a large amount of blood and flesh. It was extremely gory. The long-necked protozoa's charge was stopped. Good job, Tina. Muggeng and Xiaoshi smiled in unison. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Muggeng and Xiaoshi's smiles froze. Gurgle gurgle. In a creepy squirming sound, the flesh on the neck of the long-necked protozoa suddenly bulged out. In the next second, the head of the long-necked protozoa returned to its original state, roaring loudly. Seeing this scene clearly, whether it was Mugang, Xiaoshi, or the Holy Sun, all of them were shocked. Holmium is ineffective. The metal that could weaken the activity of the protozoa's virus, causing protozoa to lose their regenerative ability. Holmium. It was because of this metal that humans obtained the means to effectively kill protozoa and were able to survive. However, the long-necked protozoa in front of them had regenerated after suffering a fatal injury. No one would think that Tina's sniping would not use holmium bullets when the enemy was a protozoa. In this case, there was only one explanation that could explain the phenomenon before them. Holmium was ineffective. Is that protozoa's regenerative ability very high? At the top of a building far away, Tina, who was aiming and shooting, could not help but be speechless. For a moment, she could not snipe anymore. A stage 4 protozoan was a calamitous existence for ordinary people and even ordinary police officers. A person who had the ability to deal with a stage 4 protozoa alone, even if it was the initiator of the cursed child, had to be at least in the top 100 of the IP ranking. However, Tina was the strongest initiator. She had the ability to deal with a stage V zodiacal protozoa alone, let alone a stage 4 protozoa. However, that was under the condition that the attack method was effective. If holmium was ineffective against protozoa, then even if it could be defeated, the opponent would immediately recover. There was nothing that could be done. Therefore, the expressions of Mugang, Xiaoshi, and Tina, who was sniping at the top of a building far away, became solemn. The Holy Sun, on the other hand, had a face full of worry. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter as he kept praying. The Holy Sun's prayer was obviously successful. Whoosh! Just as the long-necked dragon was roaring wantonly, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. However, this time, it was not a bullet that caused the sound of something breaking through the air, but a person. A figure suddenly rushed over from the distant horizon. Like a meteor, it cut through the air and shot in front of the long-necked dragon. Then, it threw a punch. Boom! When the meteorite-like punch landed on the body of the long-necked dinosaur, the terrifying force impacted the huge body of the stage 4 protozoan and spread out. The long-necked dragon's roar didn't even have time to fall before its entire body exploded under the astonishing punch. Pieces of flesh mixed with a large amount of blood fell to the ground one by one like a large piece of trash. The figure that descended from the sky slowly landed, accompanied by huge pieces of meat and crimson blood. Then, it landed on the ground. Mu Gung and Xia Shijun fell into a daze as if they had not reacted to what had happened. The Holy Sun was also stunned. However, when he saw the full appearance of the figure that landed on the ground, his beating heart suddenly stopped. At the same time, Noah raised his head and met the Holy Sun's gaze. Time stopped. Chapter 2106. Perhaps it was just an illusion. However, at this moment, everything in the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a man and a woman, looking at each other. Noah and the Holy Son of Heaven looked at each other, and they could clearly see the emotions in each other's eyes. Of course, Noah did not know what kind of emotions were in his eyes at this moment. Noah only knew that in the eyes of the pure and holy girl, all kinds of emotions were clearly revealed. In those eyes, there was disbelief. In those eyes, there was disbelief. In those eyes, there was an extremely strong joy. In that pair of eyes, there was an unprecedented emotion of excitement. Although all of this was only shown in those watery eyes, Noah undoubtedly felt it for nothing. 3 years was like one day. With just one look, Noah could confirm that the pure and holy girl in front of him was still the same as the head of state who confessed in front of him 3 years ago. She had not changed at all. At the very least, the feelings in the deepest part of his heart would be completely revealed with just this look in his eyes. Thus, Noah's expression unknowingly softened. Only at this moment did Mu Gung and Xiaoshi react. Looking at Noah, the shock on their faces turned into shock, and then into joy. Noah! President. Hearing Mugung and Xiaoshi's call, Noah retracted his gaze from the Holy Son of Heaven and turned to the two girls. However, the current situation was clearly not suitable for reminiscing. How? How is this possible? The terrorist leader, who had witnessed the entire process of the long-necked dragon being killed, let out a trembling voice, as if he was hysterical. Hey! Move for me. Move for me. You haven't completed your mission yet. You're not allowed to die here. How much do you think it cost to nurture you? Hurry up and get up. Amidst the terrorist leader's shout, the pieces of flesh of the long-necked dragon that had been blown apart suddenly wriggled up. The surprise on Mugung and Xiaoshi's faces faded, and they became alert again. The Holy Son of Heaven also realized that this was not the time to be happy, and his face tensed up again. Even Noah frowned slightly. He looked at the pieces of wriggling flesh around him and muttered softly. Not only is he immune to qi, but his regenerative ability is also so strong. As mentioned before, there were differences in the regenerative abilities of protogut animals. Ordinary holmium weapons, which were weapons made from holmium, could kill individuals. Their regeneration ability was ranked at level 1. Most protozoa and originators belonged to this level. Those that did not belong to this level were defined as level 2. They were able to resist ordinary weapons and could only be defeated by beheading or burning them with fuel. At level 3, even the severed arm could be regenerated or returned to its original body. The cells seemed to resonate with each other. Level 4 meant that even if it lost most of its internal organs, it could still regenerate. If one wanted to kill it, they would have to destroy it completely. Level 5 meant that even if the target was thrown into an extremely low temperature, vacuum, or magma of thousands of degrees, as long as it adapted to the environment, it could regenerate. Moreover, it was a molecular level regeneration. Other than super holmium items, no physical means could kill it. Since the giraffe was immune to qi and could move even if it was bombed into pieces, its regeneration ability must be at least level 3. Not only is it a stage 4 protozoa, but its regeneration level has also reached level 3. Noah cast his gaze on the terrorist leader and narrowed his eyes slightly. This protozoa, that guy was really commanding it just now, right? Let alone a stage 4 protozoa, even a stage I protozoa had never been heard of taking orders from a human. However, the terrorist leader had successfully ordered the stage 4 giraffe to attack. Leech Shadow Een, Threat Protector, and stage 4 protozoa. All of them are cards that ordinary people can't have. Noah was deep in thought. Looks like the attack this time wasn't as simple as the rulers of various countries not being able to tolerate the existence of fairy tale. With this thought, Noah looked at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, you have incendiary bombs on you, right? It was just a short sentence, but Xiaoshi had already understood. The next moment, Xiaoshi took out a few incendiary bombs from his waist, pulled out the safety pin, and threw them directly at the giraffe's flesh. Bang 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 bang. Following the sound of explosions, the incendiary bombs exploded and set off bursts of fire. The entire vast space in front of the holy abode was engulfed in flames. The fire engulfed the wriggling flesh of the long-necked dragon, slowly burning. Under the burning of the fire, the giraffe's flesh was gradually roasted to a crisp. Finally, it stopped moving and turned into ashes in the fire. It's over. The terrorist leader let out a voice of despair. At this time, Tina's sniping began again, shooting down all the terrorists one by one. Looking at this scene, the terrorist leader knew that it was over. He. Extremely abruptly, the terrorist leader began to laugh neurotically. It's okay, it's okay. The terrorist leader let out a voice that made one's hair stand on end. Even if we fail this time, next time, we will definitely succeed. In the end, the world will definitely belong to us, to our Five Xiang Association. Five Xiang Association. Mugung and Xing Tianzi both had a reaction to this name. Five Xiang Association. Noah was slightly startled. Noah had never heard of this name before. Just as Noah was slightly startled, the terrorist leader suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at his throat. "Wait!" Mugging and Xing Tianzi exclaimed in unison. But, at this time, it was already too late to stop it. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed clearly in the sky above the blazing holy abode. The terrorist leader slowly fell to the ground. A large amount of blood flowed out from his throat and dyed the ground red. Mugging and Xing Tianzi opened their mouths slightly. In the end, they sighed and chose to remain silent. Noah's brows furrowed once again. Ignoring the raging flames, he directly stepped forward and came in front of the terrorist leader. He squatted down and removed the other party's gas mask. What appeared in Noah's field of vision was an extremely ordinary middle-aged man. Of course, Noah didn't recognize this middle-aged man. His gaze stayed on the middle-aged man's face for a while. Noah then turned to the middle-aged man's body and began to inspect. Suddenly, Noah discovered that there seemed to be a mark on the middle-aged man's neck. Raising his eyebrows, Noah directly reached out and tore off the middle-aged man's bulletproof vest. He looked at his neck. The mark on the middle-aged man's neck was nothing else but a tattoo. A pentagram tattoo decorated with a pair of feathers. A pentagram tattoo decorated with feathers. Noah whispered. Five Xiang Association. Noah didn't know what this so-called Five Xiang Association was. However, from the fact that the other party's members could control protozoa, it was definitely not an ordinary organization. Moreover, this organization was very likely to have people who could carry out the transformation surgery of the new human creation plan. If this wasn't the case, then Threat Jewel wouldn't have become a mechanical soldier. I'm afraid that it's not an ordinary person who can carry out the transformation surgery of the new human creation plan, right? After all, it might not be too difficult to inject a brain fragment into a protozoan virus and restore it, but it was definitely not as easy as it sounded to fit a restored brain into a mechanized body, allowing the brain to smoothly drive the entire mechanized body and maintain its rationality and thought processes. In addition, Li Qingyin also appeared and moved together with Threat Jua, who was reborn. This so-called Five Xiang Association was definitely not ordinary. Of course, whether or not Threat Jua was a member of the Five Xiang Association still needed to be proven. Perhaps, like Li Qingyin, who was once employed by the Heavenly Chrysanthemum, Threat Jua was only hired by the Five Xiang Association and became the other party's hired thug. In this case, whether or not the person who helped Threat Jua with the transformation was a member of the Five Xiang Association also needed to be carefully considered. I just came back and there are already a lot of things to do. Chapter 2107. The ambush came to an end just like that. In front of the Holy Abode's plaza, the Holy Abode's guards were organizing people to put out the fire, gradually extinguishing the flames that Xia Shi had ignited with the incendiary bombs. Noah, Muggeng, Elysian, and Xia Shi, along with Tina, re-entered the Holy Abode's guest hall. Seriously, where have you been these 3 years? Muggeng put her hands on her hips and threw a tantrum at Noah, as if she was accusing him. You haven't made a single call, you haven't sent back a single message, even your whereabouts are a complete mystery, even the guild's intelligence department didn't have a clue, and the various countries in the world couldn't find a trace of you. Those who don't know would really think that you were swallowed by some protozoan. When Muggeng was throwing a tantrum, Xia Shi and Tina also stood on his left and right, and they had no intention of mediating at all. They looked at Noah with one of their eyes full of blame and the other full of indignation. 3 years ago, no matter whether it was Xia Shi or Tina, although they were both frigid and muddle-headed, the only thing they had in common was that they were very close to Noah, and very clingy to Noah. But now, neither Xia Shi nor Tina spoke up for Noah, clearly worried that Noah had really met with some mishap, which was why they were so angry when they saw him again. Even the more docile Elysian chose not to speak up for Noah at this time, only sitting there, staring at Noah, as if waiting for Noah to give an explanation. In response, Noah could only smile bitterly. Am I not back now? That one sentence caused the expressions of all the girls to become a little colder. I say, President Noah, Muggeng said with a fake smile. Do you know that your words make you sound like a heartless man? You've been wandering around outside for so long, and that's the only explanation you can come back with? What heartless man? Noah rolled his eyes. You're not my wives. I'm just a hands-off boss, right? Xia and Tina glanced at each other upon hearing this, and the holy heavenly child's expression became even more indescribable. Meanwhile, Mu Gung exploded. It's because you've become a hands-off manager that I've had to work so hard for the past 3 years. Mugging slammed his hands on the table in front of Noah and glared at Noah. You know I'm not your wife, and yet you've thrown your home to me to take care of. Do you think it's easy for me to help you build a fairyland? Okay. I know you've worked hard. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory compensation later, okay? Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pressed Mugung's shoulder and pushed her back to her seat. What's the matter? Let's talk about it at home, okay? Not your wife's housekeeper. Noah's teasing words made Mugung grit her teeth in anger. Tina, Xia, you've worked hard too. Noah turned to the two girls and reached out to pat their heads. I'm sorry for throwing so many things at you. Under Noah's affectionate gesture, the resentment in Tina and Xia's hearts dissipated quite a bit, replaced by the attachment to Noah that had been hidden deep in their hearts for the past 3 years. Please don't say that, brother. Tina smiled at Noah. You've changed my fate as a dirty assassin, and let me find a true home. Compared to the shameful work I've done before, the things I've done in the past 3 years really aren't hard at all. I think so too. Xia's expression didn't change, but his eyes were fixed on Noah. If it weren't for the president, I might have died long ago, not to mention getting a new life. I'm very satisfied with my current life, and I don't think it's hard at all. That's good. Noah patted Tina and Xia's heads affectionately. I'll have a good chat with you later. Now, let me talk about business. With that, Noah glanced at Holy Son of Heaven. Sensing Noah's gaze, Holy Son of Heaven immediately understood that Noah's words were also directed at him, and his heartbeat quickened. What? Only Mugging threw a tantrum. I'm just complaining, I'm not really blaming him. Looking at Mugung's tantrum, Noah really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw Mugging on TV, Noah thought that this orphan of the Tentong family had changed a lot, and compared to 3 years ago, she was much more mature in all aspects. Now, Noah knew that in fact, although this girl was mature, some aspects still hadn't changed. It was exactly the same as 3 years ago. Okay. Noah became serious and asked such a sentence. What is that, Wuxiang Association? Everyone restrained the expression on their faces and became serious. Then, Mugging spoke. Actually, we don't know the origin of this so-called Wuxiang Association. You don't know? Noah was a little stunned. Undoubtedly, when the terrorist leader mentioned the Wuxiang Association, Mugging and Holy Son of Heaven had a reaction. How could they not know the origin of the other party? Holy Son of Heaven didn't know if he saw what Noah was thinking, but he said so. The reason why President Tentong and I know the existence of the Wuxiang Association is because, since a year ago, the members of this organization have been active in various countries around the world, and they have been carrying out unknown criminal actions. Moreover, our guild and the Wuxiang Association have had many conflicts in this year, which caused us a lot of losses. Mugging continued Holy Son of Heaven's words. I tried my best to get the intelligence department to collect information on this organization, but the information collected was very limited. At present, I only know that the members of this organization have pentagrams decorated with feathers on their bodies. Moreover, the more feathers they have, the higher their status in the organization. Mugung's words reminded Noah of the tattoo branded on the terrorist leader's neck. He remembered that the tattoo seemed to be decorated with a pair of feathers. In other words, the terrorist leader's level in the Wuxiang Association was 2 wings, which was only 1 level higher than the most basic member. Is there no way to confirm who is behind this organization? Noah asked. Do you only know the organization's hierarchy and member characteristics? There is no way to confirm, at least for now, the person behind the Wuxiang Association has not been confirmed. Mugging replied. The only information that can be confirmed is that the top operatives in this organization have 5 wings tattooed on their body, and it seems that there is more than one person. Other than that, there is no way to confirm the authenticity of the information. There is no way to confirm the authenticity of the information. Noah closed his eyes, then immediately opened them again, and asked very abruptly. Then, in this information, is there a part of the highest person in charge related to the mechanized soldier project? The highest person in charge related to the mechanized soldier project? The girls suddenly froze. In order to fight against protozoa, the plan to use the power of Ryum to create the strongest soldiers, the mechanized soldier project. The highest people in charge of this project were the 4 scientists who were known as having the smartest minds in the world. And these 4 scientists were the following people. The highest person in charge of the Australian branch, Obelisk, Arthur Shannock. The highest person in charge of the American branch, Next, Ayn Rand. The highest person in charge of the Japanese branch, New Human Creation Project, Muroto Jean. And the highest person in charge of the German commander's mechanized soldier project, Albrecht Grunewald. Because they had the smartest minds in the world, these 4 people in charge of the mechanized soldier project were also known as the 4 wise men. Rentaro was the mechanical soldier created by the highest person in charge of the Japanese branch, New Human Creation Project, Muroto Jean. Hina was the mechanical soldier created by the highest person in charge of the American branch, Next, Ayn Rand. Therefore, the people present were no strangers to the highest person in charge of the mechanized soldier project. The question was, why did Noah ask this question? When Mugging, Xingzi, and Xiaoshi were puzzled, Hina explained for everyone. Before the attack began, the people who led me away were 2 mechanical soldiers. Mugging and Xingzi's expression changed. Chapter 2108. Both Mugging and Seiko were the supreme commanders of their respective regions. Therefore, no one knew better than Mugging and Seiko what the appearance of the 2 mechanical soldiers meant. In the past, in order to defeat the protozoa, the 4 scientists known as the 4 wise men gathered together and launched the mechanized soldier project, intending to use it to fight against the protozoa and save mankind. However, after the cursed child was confirmed, the project was disbanded. The reason was simple. It was because it cost a lot to build a mechanical soldier. Take Rentaro for example. His metal prosthetic limbs were made from suanai. Not to mention the labor required in the manufacturing process, just the suanai metal alone required a lot of money. Although suanai was only an alloy, in the current era where the protozoa were rampant, suanai was a precious metal that even protozoa with a level 5 regenerative ability had a chance of eliminating. Its value was definitely much more expensive than gold of the same amount. Just think about it. Even if gold was used to build a right hand and a right foot, it would still require a lot of money, right? If it were superalloy, which was even more valuable than gold, just the materials required to create a mechanical soldier like Rentaro's would already be extremely expensive, not to mention the labor and technology required to create it. Noah didn't even know which tycoon had the ability to spend so much money to gather so many superalloy metals and build an entire human body, transforming that useless piece of trash, bodyguard Zhua, into a mechanical soldier. One could only imagine how much money was needed to build a mechanical soldier. The cursed child, on the other hand, was born with power beyond the scope of human beings. In comparison, if there was a cursed child that didn't need to be cultivated, naturally, no one would think that it was worthwhile to spend money on the production of mechanical soldiers. Therefore, the mechanized soldier project, which was once created by the 4 smartest minds in the world, was naturally announced as a failure. All the research institutes were disbanded, and the mechanical soldiers that had been produced were dismissed. Now, almost all of the mechanical soldiers that had been produced had become facilitators, leading powerful initiators to form police partners. In the IP ranking, most of the facilitators among the high-ranking police partners were mechanical soldiers. Li Qingyin, for example, had been ranked 134th on the IP rankings a few years ago. Now, he was almost in the top 30. Take Rentaro for example. After 3 years of hard work and training, he was now ranked 7th on the IP rankings. He was definitely much stronger than before. Tina, on the other hand, had combined the two superpowers of the Cursed Child and the Mechanical Soldiers, making her the strongest initiator. Under such circumstances, the Wuxiang Association was able to send out 2 mechanical soldiers. Either they were hired like the Celestial Chrysanthemum Prime Minister, or the organization has one of the 4 sages. Mugging frowned and looked at Noah. It's very likely that they're just hired. Indeed, most people would think that way, Noah said coolly. However, among the 2 mechanical soldiers, one of them is an excellent bodyguard. Mu Gung and Xia Shixian were first stunned and then stood up in surprise. The Holy Son of Heaven was even more stunned and at a loss of what to do. After all, the bodyguard was once the captain of the Holy Son of Heaven's bodyguard team. Moreover, he was the culprit that caused Noah to not participate in the Third Battle of Tokyo and almost caused the Tokyo area to be destroyed by the Protozoa army. Therefore, if it was just a name, I believe that no one would forget this guy. Especially the Holy Son of Heaven. He saw Noah kill the bodyguard right in front of him. So you're saying that the bodyguard survived because he was mechanized? The Holy Son of Heaven clenched his hands and looked at Noah. You suspect that it was the people from the Wuxiang Association who mechanized the bodyguard and used him as a combat force in this attack. Otherwise, now that the plan has stopped, no one would continue to produce mechanical soldiers out of the original intention of saving humanity, right? Noah glanced at Tina's direction. The person in charge of America's Next restarted the plan without permission and even sent the cursed child to the operating table to create a mechanical soldier that was more powerful than a pure human, but he's already dead. Tina lowered her head and fell silent. Noah reached out and patted Tina's head in silent consolation before continuing, "Don't worry. As for the bodyguard Zhuo Ren, he was killed by me 3 years ago. Now that he has reappeared as a mechanical soldier, it must be one of the 4 sages who initiated the plan without permission and threw him into the attack launched by the 5 Xiang Association. Therefore, I think that there is a possibility that one of the 4 sages is in the 5 Xiang Association." Mugging and the Holy Son of Heaven looked at each other and fell into a state of shock. Only Xia Shi, the Cursed Child who was known as the think tank, said this in the face of Noah's speculation. "President, do you think that the person in charge of Japan's new human creation plan, Mugging Jean, is also a suspect?" "I don't know." Noah shook his head and looked at the Holy Son of Heaven. "However, 3 years ago, Rentaro told me that Mugging Jean was in the Tokyo area. Now that 3 years have passed, Mugging Jean should still be in the Tokyo area, right?" As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were focused on the Holy Son of Heaven. Under everyone's gaze, the Holy Son of Heaven calmed down after the initial panic and nodded at Noah. "Dr. Mugging is indeed still in the Tokyo area. According to the information, Ridaro-san's prosthetic arm and Ms. Tina Sprinter's reconnaissance aircraft were both maintained by Dr. Mugging." "Yes." Tina nodded and confirmed the Holy Son of Heaven's words. "My Sanfeld was indeed maintained by Dr. Mugging, so I would meet with Dr. Mugging every once in a while. The same goes for Ridaro-san. Indeed, Ridaro-san used to meet with Dr. Mugging regularly. Although I have never met Dr. Mugging, I have heard a lot of rumors from Ridaro-san," Mugging said hesitantly. "As far as I know, although Dr. Mugging is a little weird, he shouldn't be the kind of person who would do unspeakable things." "That's what I thought too, big brother." Tina turned to Noah with a serious expression. "I don't think Dr. Mugging is a suspect." "Even if he's not a suspect, Mugging must know more about the other people in charge of the plan than us," Noah said. "So, I think it's necessary to meet with Dr. Mugging." Everyone pondered for a while and then nodded. "Oh right." Noah thought of something and said to the Holy Son of Heaven. "In the attack just now, the body of the long-necked dragon wasn't completely burned. Get someone to collect a small part of it and burn the rest. Also, collect the firearms and ammunition used by the terrorists." Hearing Noah's words, Elysian immediately understood what he meant. You want Dr. Mugging to analyze the long-necked dragon? That's right, there are some things that are worth paying attention to, Noah said with a shrug. As for the firearms and ammunition collected, I'll get the young lady of the Sima family to analyze it for me. What? Mugging stood up abruptly and shouted at Noah. You're going to ask Wei Weaver? Is there a need to be so surprised? Noah's mouth twitched. After all, it's a matter of weapons. Isn't it natural to ask the young lady of the world's largest weapons company? I don't agree. Mugging grabbed Noah's shoulder and shook it desperately. Listen, Noah, you can't go see that snake woman. You finally came back, I don't want you to disappear again. Why would I disappear if I go see Wei Weaver? Isn't that obvious? That snake woman will definitely eat you alive. She's not a scourge. No, she's a scourge, the most ferocious scourge in the world. If you come into contact with her, you will be infected and become one of her kind. Isn't that cursing Wei Weaver as a primitive animal? That's why you can't go see her. I've already posted a request in the guild for the S-class police to deal with that monster. It's okay, it'll be over soon. What do you think the guild is? Chapter 2109. Noah had to repeat again that Mugging really didn't change at all. Even if the childishness on the outside had completely faded and he became very mature, the inner childishness was still retained. It had been 3 years, but when it came to Weaver, Mugging still had a bitter and agitated look. This made Noah really begin to doubt whether it was a wise choice to let Mugging handle the guild. Noah could only be glad that now that Fairy Tail had the ability to become the world's overlord, Mugging was also entangled with all kinds of things. He was so busy that he didn't have time to care about personal grudges. Otherwise, with Mugging's hatred for Weaver, it was really possible for him to abuse his power for personal gain and lead the entire Fairy Tail to flatten the Sima family and eliminate Weaver. In the end, in a flurry, Hina and Xiaoshi finally stopped and planned to imprison Noah with handcuffs. They didn't want to let Noah see Mugging. And because of Mugging's disturbance, the original serious business couldn't be discussed, so many problems were not mentioned. For example, during the attack, the question of how the military helicopter used by the terrorists was able to smuggle the long-necked protozoa into the Tokyo area had yet to be solved. Of course, this problem was no longer a problem that Noah and the others needed to pay attention to, but as the ruler of the Tokyo area, Xingzi needed to pay attention to it. Therefore, after Mugging's disturbance, the following matters became somewhat unimportant. Then, Mugging was taken away by Hina and Xiaoshi. Not sure if it was intentional, the 3 girls didn't find Noah to leave together, but let Noah stay in the holy residence alone with Xingzi. Noticing that it was suddenly 2 people alone, Xingzi lowered his head and rubbed his hands nervously. After 3 seconds, he immediately surrendered. I'll let people collect the long-necked dragon's body and the terrorists' guns and ammunition, you go to my room first. After leaving such a sentence, Xingzi ran away without a trace. Noah could only smile bitterly, and according to his memory, he came to Xingzi's room. Kacha, with the slight sound of the door opening, the boudoir, which was regarded as an idol by the people in the Tokyo area, entered Noah's field of vision and was fully presented. It was a room that was no different from the image in Noah's memory. In other words, in 3 years, Xingzi's room didn't change much, and it was still exactly the same as 3 years ago, exactly the same as Noah's memory. The position of the bed didn't change. The position of the furniture didn't change. The position of the table and chairs didn't change. Even the fluttering curtain in front of the window didn't seem to change, it was still as white as 3 years. Xingzi's room, Xingzi, Xingzi's SS, Xingzi. Xingzi's right. 8 teat. It was a piano. Xingzi's teat, S. Back then, when he first came to this room, Noah was also attracted by this piano. However, it was different from now. At that time, he was only attracted because he wanted to play a song on a whim. Thinking back to that time, Noah sat down, closed his eyes, and recalled the piano skills that he hadn't used for a long time. His hands involuntarily began to play. Ding! The sound of the zither, which was as light as a bell, became the first note that Noah pressed. In the next second, an exceptionally pleasant tune began to play rhythmically, reverberating throughout the entire room. It was a song that could awaken memories. The first time he came to this room and played the piano on a whim, Noah played this song. At that time, Noah put his emotions into this song. He left the fairy tale world and established the fairy tale guild in another world. He fought against various evil forces for more than a year. At that time, Noah put his emotions into the song. He missed his hometown, missed his companions in the guild, and missed his family. Perhaps it was because of the emotional relationship. At that time, the song that Noah played was undoubtedly very beautiful. Even Shingzi was attracted to it. Come to think of it, that should be the beginning of Noah's first private communication with the Holy Son of Heaven. If it wasn't for that song, perhaps Sage Son of Heaven wouldn't have had the chance to fall in love with Noah. Thinking of this, Noah once again played this song. What he put into it was not the thoughts of his hometown or his family, but the memories of the past. He recalled the first time they met, but because of a dispute due to different standpoints, that holy girl showed selflessness. He recalled that when he defeated the Scorpio constellation, but because he couldn't deal with the main culprit, Chrysanthemum Tendo, that holy girl was speechless. He recalled that when Chiwu Zhongshuan came to Tokyo for talks, but because he couldn't understand the dictator, that holy girl showed helplessness. He recalled that when the Third Battle of Tokyo broke out, but because she couldn't get his help, that holy girl showed helplessness. Also, when he was about to leave this world and start a new journey, in order to express her feelings to him, that holy girl showed shyness and reluctance. All of these, accompanied by Noah's memories, were poured into this song. Along with each syllable, each section of rhythm, they jumped in the surrounding space. After a long time, the song full of memories gradually came to an end. Noah stopped playing and opened his eyes. In the next second, Noah saw it. At the door of the room, a holy girl wearing a wedding dress stood there, both hands covering her mouth. Her cheeks were already wet, and tears kept dripping down. Seeing this scene, Noah was not surprised, nor did he panic. His heart was filled with inconceivable calmness. Standing up, step by step, he walked in front of the Holy Son of Heaven. Noah stretched out his hand and gently wiped the girl's tears, gently asking, "Why are you crying?" The Holy Son of Heaven didn't answer immediately, but still let Noah wipe away her tears. After a long time, she squeezed out a voice with difficulty. "I don't know why, but I feel like crying. You really don't know why?" Noah helped the Holy Son of Heaven wipe her tears as he said this. "Isn't it because you feel wrong to wait for me for so long? Is that why you're crying?" The Holy Son of Heaven shook her head and whispered, "I don't feel wronged. I just feel that it's great that you can come back." This one sentence expressed all the feelings in the girl's heart. Noah silently wiped away the tears on the girl's face, then reached out his hand and gently hugged the country's head of state, who was idolized by the people of Tokyo and even other regions. The Holy Son of Heaven stopped crying, her face slightly reddened, but she didn't resist. She obediently snuggled into Noah's arms. Listening to his heartbeat, she felt an unprecedented sense of happiness, spreading throughout her heart. Then, Noah spoke. "Although I don't think there's a need to ask, but in order to prevent this from being just my wishful thinking, let me ask." Unfortunately, this time, the Holy Son of Heaven shook her head. "Please don't ask anything." The Holy Son of Heaven closed her eyes and said very peacefully, "Because, you're definitely not wishful thinking. Is that so?" Noah hugged the Holy Son of Heaven and whispered in her ear, "You don't regret it? I know that you have a lot of secrets, and I also know that you have a lot of things that I don't know." The Holy Son of Heaven answered without hesitation, "But, even if you tell me that you're not a human, I still won't regret it." At this moment, Noah knew that it was useless to say anything more. Thus, Noah gently lifted the girl's chin, and in her slightly panicked eyes, he stole her first kiss. The helpless whimper dissipated into the air, and a second later, it turned into rapid breathing. The girl was helplessly captured by the domineering man's lips, struggling to no avail. In the end, she could only shyly close her eyes and immerse herself in the kiss. This also meant that this relationship that was delayed for 3 years finally had a result. Chapter 21:10. The day of Noah's return was undoubtedly very long. Even for Noah, he had been busy with a lot of things on this day. First, he returned to fairyland and witnessed the heyday of fairy tale. Then, he rushed to the Tokyo area and encountered Mugang's attack. Then, there was the establishment of his relationship with the Holy Sun. After one thing after another, even if Noah had unlimited stamina, he still felt that this day was unusually long, and it made him feel a little tired. Especially after Noah's return, Mugang had the tendency to throw all the work that the guild leader should do back to him, making Noah feel that he had just returned but did not even have time to rest. Fortunately, due to the attack, the international conference held by the various countries was postponed to 3 days later. Otherwise, the next day, Mugang would definitely let Noah attend the conference as the true guild leader of fairy tale. In fact, Mugang did have such thoughts. The news of Noah's return had spread throughout fairyland. Now, all the well-informed people already knew that the true master of fairyland had returned. Under such circumstances, the various countries' representatives who had been on guard against fairyland would not know that Noah had returned. Therefore, everyone began to be curious about what kind of person the guild leader of fairy tale, who had the ability to dominate the world, was. And was there any meaning to his return at this time? Perhaps it was because of this relationship that the various countries' representatives took the initiative to postpone the international conference. After all, in order to achieve something in the meeting, everyone needed some time to prepare in the face of Noah, who had appeared out of nowhere. They did not want to be caught off guard in the meeting when they did not know this person. In other words, although it had not been announced, almost everyone thought that Noah would attend the international conference in 3 days' time. Or rather, as the true guild leader of fairy tale, it would be fake if he did not attend this international conference. No matter what, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this international conference was about fairy tale. Therefore, it was reasonable for Noah to attend the international conference as the president. Not only did the others think so, but Mugang also thought so. Since Noah was back, it would be more appropriate to hand over the international conference to Noah. In response, Noah said helplessly, "Don't worry. Things have to be done one by one. Since the international conference is 3 days later, we have to settle the rest of the things in these 3 days. What is it? Wuxiang Association." This mysterious organization that had appeared out of nowhere, it was impossible not to know about it. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Noah, as a guild leader who had the ability to dominate the entire world, would only care about these small fries if he had nothing better to do. There were so many shady organizations in the world. How could they manage all of them? This idea was not without reason. However, this so-called Wuxiang Association was definitely not some small fries. Could small fries be able to control stage 4 gastronomic animals and make use of them? It could not be, right? At least, in this world, let alone Noah, even Mugang and the Holy Sun had never seen or heard of such a method to control gastronomic animals. In other words, although this Wuxiang Association had appeared out of nowhere, it had done something that no country in the world could do. Based on this alone, Noah felt that he could not ignore this mysterious organization. Even if he did not care, Fairyland was such a large territory that he needed to protect. If he did not pay attention to it, he would lose more than he gained if he fell into a trap. If Noah, who had killed countless gods, were to suffer in the hands of a group of humans who were worse than scum, then he should really find a place to end his own life. Noah did not want to look down on a group of ants hiding in the dark. No one knew if they would suddenly crawl out and bite him. Because of this, Noah felt that he should first meet one of the strongest minds in this world. However, in order to prevent yesterday's attack from happening again, Noah needed to arrange some backup plans. This, in the living room of the holy residence, the Holy Sun, Mugang, Hina, and Xiaoshi looked at each other. In front of the group of 4 girls, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith, the 4 petite girls, stood in a line and looked at the Holy Sun and the others with the same expressionless face. Looking at the 4 little girls, the Holy Sun, Mu Gung, Hina, and Xiashi looked at each other. The Holy Sun was the first to speak and asked tentatively. These children are, Noah scratched his face and said to his 4 contracted partners, how should I put it? Introduce yourselves. Hearing this, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith looked up at the same time. Aster said expressionlessly. I am Master's sword. Athena said faintly. I have some bad luck with this guy. Orpheus said concisely. He's family with Noah. Lilith tilted her head and said directly. Someone who has always been with Noah. The unique self-introductions did not make the crowd feel relieved. Instead, it made them look at each other in dismay once again. Okay, my bad. Noah covered his face and said helplessly. Just think of it as the initiator that I found in these 3 years. This was enough to explain everything. However, Hina had a reaction to this. I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. Tina, who would become sleepy during the day due to the owl factor, instantly woke up. She took a step forward and made a sound. Brother's initiator should be me. Tina's words caused Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith to turn their gazes toward her. Oh. Athena smiled. So you want to steal Master from us, right? Moss. Master. Hina's expression became interesting. So that's how it is. Mugging and Xiashi were shocked. They took a few steps back and looked at Noah in a completely different light. So you've been playing this game for the past 3 years? You. Even Elysian Tianzi looked at Noah with a worried expression. Do you like this kind of game? I have to say, I admire your imagination. Noah's eyes twitched. Let me tell you first, I haven't done anything wrong. Also, I didn't let these children out to make you think of Pian Pian. I wanted them to protect you. Protect us. Elysian Tianzi and Mugging understood what Noah meant. Don't be fooled by their looks. As guards, there's no one more reliable than them in this world. Noah shrugged and looked at Aster and the others. Aster, Athena, you'll be in charge of protecting Elysian Tianzi. Orpheus, Lilith, you'll be in charge of protecting Mugging. Is that okay? What about Master? Aster gazed at Noah. His pair of purple eyes flickered with a mysterious luster as he spoke. Master doesn't need us anymore. She was still the same as before, able to speak so ambiguously with just one sentence. I'll go out for a while. Noah patted Aster's head. You guys stay and protect Elysian Tianzi and Mugging. Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith raised their heads and looked at Elysian Tianzi and Mugging. After a while, they nodded and agreed. As for Elysian Tianzi and Mugging, they looked at Noah. Mugging said directly. Do you want to see Dr. Mugging? Yes. Noah nodded and patted Tina's shoulder. So, Tina, can you be my tour guide and guard for now? An ecstatic smile appeared on Tina's face. Noah exchanged a look with Elysian Tianzi. Elysian Tianzi looked at Noah and said softly. Be careful. Noah nodded. Chapter 21:11. The scorching sun shone mercilessly in the sky, illuminating the bustling streets. Noah and Tina were walking together on a street that was bustling with pedestrians. Tina seemed to be in a very good mood. She hummed a song while holding on to Noah's hand like a little girlfriend. Her face didn't have the confusion that would appear during the day, nor did it have the coldness that would appear during the night. Instead, there was only the cheerfulness and happiness of an ordinary little girl. After coming out of the holy residence, Tina had been in this state. Noah allowed Tina, who was in high spirits, to hold his hand. Looking at Tina, who was in a very good mood, he couldn't help but smile and ask. What made you so happy? Of course it's going out with Big Brother. Tina answered without hesitation. Whenever I think of Big Brother by my side, I'm very happy. Is that so? The smile on Noah's face more or less disappeared and he sighed. But, we didn't come out to play. We have serious business to do. It's okay. Tina's mood didn't lower at all and she smiled at Noah. As long as I can be with Big Brother, I don't mind going anywhere. Saying this, Tina even tightened her grip on Noah's arm as if she wanted to increase the persuasiveness of her words. Her still childish face was filled with a happy smile. Looking at Tina like this, Noah felt a sense of apology in his heart. Undoubtedly, it was he who brought this child into a fairy tale and changed this child's life without permission. However, he willfully left her and made her work hard for the career and dreams that he left behind. This made Noah feel very apologetic. Although this was for Tina's good and Tina herself was very satisfied with her current life, but looking at Tina's happy expression, Noah felt that he still owed this girl. Thinking of this, Noah began to seriously look at Tina. Compared to 3 years ago, the current Tina didn't seem to have changed much. A head of long silver hair that draped over her shoulders gently flowed. A pair of blue eyes that were as beautiful as water ripples. A childish face that was as cute as a doll. A dress that embellished the charm of a young girl. Other than being a little taller than before, Tina didn't change much. After all, the difference between a 10-year-old girl and a 13-year-old girl wasn't that big. Even if there was a saying that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, Tina still hadn't reached that age. In another 2 or 3 years, the changes would probably be much greater than now. However, compared to the first time they met, the current Tina was undoubtedly much brighter than before. At least, that was the case when she was with Noah. Hence, at this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, Tina was an extremely cute foreign girl, and she attracted the gazes of many passers-by. That child is so cute, yeah, and she's a foreigner, she's like a doll, I want to hug, yeah, but, why do I feel like I've seen this child somewhere before? The whispers of the passers-by were clearly heard by Noah and he cursed in his heart. Unlike before when she was only active as an assassin in the inner world, the current Tina was known to all as the ace of the fairy tale, the world's strongest initiator. Under such circumstances, Tina had also been on TV many times and must have received a lot of attention. If she was recognized here, it would be a little troublesome, wouldn't it? After all, although the Tokyo area was an ally of Fairyland, there were still many humans in this area who hated the cursed child. Who knew if there would be someone with brain damage who would suddenly run out to cause trouble? With this in mind, Noah patted Tina's hand and said softly, "Let's pick up the pace." Hearing this, Tina was slightly taken aback but immediately noticed the situation around them and nodded understandingly. However, Noah still clearly noticed the slight disappointment in Tina's eyes. Seeing this, Noah smiled helplessly and patted Tina's head. "Don't look so disappointed, we'll come out together again next time." Tina's eyes lit up and she smiled again. With Noah in tow, she quickened her pace and walked forward. Not long after, the two came to the front of a hospital. It was a hospital affiliated to a university. Under Tina's lead, Noah walked into the affiliated hospital, and the strong smell of disinfectant immediately wafted into his nose. In the hospital, many doctors in white coats and nurses in nurse uniforms saw Noah, but when they saw Tina beside Noah, their expressions immediately changed and they chose to stay away. It seemed that the doctors and nurses here had some understanding of Tina's identity. Tina seemed to have gotten used to this. She walked up to the counter and asked the lady at the counter, "I'm sorry, I'm looking for my room doctor." "The doctor is at the usual place." It seemed like it was not the first time the receptionist had dealt with Tina and she said directly, "Just like before, just go there." "Understood." Tina nodded, then returned to Noah's side and held Noah's hand with a smile on her face. "Big brother, come with me." Noah naturally didn't have any objections to this, and he followed Tina toward the northern staircase. Maybe it was Noah's illusion. From here on, the number of pedestrians seemed to decrease a lot. And at the end of the corridor at the stairs, there was a square cave on the ground. At first glance, it looked like a trap. But upon closer inspection, there was actually a steep flight of stairs inside the cave. Standing in front of the stairs, Noah only felt a strange smell faintly coming from inside, which made Noah frown slightly. Unfortunately, Noah was not unfamiliar with this strange smell. Because, it was the unique smell of corpses. "Tina," Noah said with a strange expression. "Is this a morgue?" "Yes." Tina also let out a bitter laugh. "Doctors usually live in the morgue." Noah's mouth twitched. The world's most powerful brain lives in a morgue. What kind of hobby is this? With this thought in mind, Noah followed Tina down the stairs and entered an underground tunnel that had a bit of a haunted house atmosphere. And at the end of the tunnel, there was a door carved with an exaggerated demon statue. Looking at this door, Noah began to confirm that this was definitely a strange person. Only Tina, with a look of indifference, pushed open the door and walked in. What appeared in front of them was a dark but surprisingly spacious room. There was an operating table, a desk, sophisticated instruments, a blackboard full of formulas, and so on in the room. It did not feel like a morgue, but more like an operating room or a research institute. Noah could even see that there was a corpse that had been embalmed lying on the operating table here, and there were also culture tanks filled with the corpses of primitive animals, which made his hair stand on end. If someone said that this was hell, there would definitely be people who would be willing to believe it, right? Noah could not help but say. Would anyone really be willing to live here? I don't think so. Tina's tone was full of uncertainty. But, the doctor is a very strange person. In other words, the doctor really liked to live in a place like this. Noah was speechless. As the saying went, there was only a fine line between a genius and a lunatic, and a smart person often meant that they were also strange people. One of the strongest minds in the world was definitely an out-and-out weirdo. That's strange, is the doctor not here? Tina began to look around as she walked in. Doctor, are you here? Noah followed behind Tina as she called out to him. His gaze swept over the culture tanks that contained the carcasses of the primitive intestinal animals. Slap, suddenly, a hand grabbed Noah's foot. A sense of horror immediately rushed from Noah's feet to his spine. Noah turned around abruptly, lowered his head, and looked under himself. As a result, a face covered by long bangs was imprinted in Noah's eyes. Just as Noah was about to throw a punch, the face spoke. Is there anything to eat? Noah almost broke down. Chapter 21:12. In the dim morgue, a woman in a white coat was sitting in front of an office desk. She was desperately eating the white rice in the lunchbox in front of her, covering her entire face with rice grains. Noah and Tina sat side by side in front of each other, and both of them fell into a state of speechlessness at the sight of each of them gorging themselves like hungry ghosts. Especially Noah. Not only was he speechless, but he also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The woman in front of him was eating and drinking like a starving ghost. If one only looked at her appearance, she was simply sloppy to the extreme. His skin had a sickly pallor. Her bangs were messy and long, covering half of her eyes. Undoubtedly, she had a pretty face. However, her eye sockets were slightly sunken, and there were dark circles around her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she was wearing a white coat, no one would believe that this woman was one of the smartest people in the world. That's right. This woman was Miroto Jean. She was one of the people in charge of the Mechanical Soldier Project, the chief doctor of Rintaro, and a great scientist who was determined to save mankind with mechanical soldiers. Is this what they mean by, don't judge a book by its cover? Even though I had the same thought when I first met the doctor, it's a little rude of you to say that, big brother. Noah and Tina both wore wry smiles on their faces as they looked on at Miroto, and their emotions were extremely complex. After an unknown amount of time, Miroto finally finished her lunchbox. Phew. Miroto Jean let out a long sigh of relief. I'm finally alive. Noah and Hina looked at each other. Doctor. Hina raised her hand and asked meekly. How long has it been since you last ate? How long will it take? Miroto placed the lunchbox on the table and asked without any hesitation. It's been about a week. 1 week. Tina was taken aback. Then why didn't you go out to eat? You want me to go out? Miroto-jin raised an eyebrow and said without hesitation. Then I might as well die here. Tina was rendered speechless by this invincible statement. The corners of Noah's eyes twitched. It's just going out for a meal. Why do you have to risk your life? Isn't that obvious? Muito Kino said sternly. Today's world is completely finished. Everywhere is filled with the disgusting smell of men's sweat and the disgusting smell of women's perfume. Moreover, there's also sunlight. If I'm exposed to it, I'd rather die here. Die from exposure to light? Noah felt that his worldview had been broadened. And it's a serious case of squatting at home? Anyway, I have a computer. Even if I don't step out, I can know what's going on outside. Since that's the case, what's the point of going out? Muito Kino waved her hand in disgust. My world only needs this little bit of land. I don't need anything else. What's important is. Noah and Tina unconsciously leaned forward. Then, Muito Kino smiled. What's important is that it's very tiring to go out, so I don't want to go out. Tina almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Noah's lips twitched, and he turned his head away as if he couldn't bear to look at her. So, she wasn't just a weirdo. She was also a weirdo. At this moment, Muito Kino seemed to have noticed Noah. She looked at Noah for 3 seconds before losing interest. I thought Tina would bring me a corpse. What a bummer. Do you want to see a corpse more than a living person? There have been too few deaths recently. Instead, there are more and more corpses of primitive animals. I almost don't have any new corpses to report here. They're all those stinky primitive animals. Don't human corpses stink? Ah, when will I get a new corpse? I want to find a boyfriend. Hurry up and bring it to me. Is it okay to find a corpse to be a boyfriend? Oh right, a lot of terrorists died yesterday. Apparently, they were all killed by attacking Magang. Why don't you bring them here? I'll play with them. I'll dissect them. She was definitely going to say play with them, right? Seeing Muito Kino complaining, Noah felt like his ability to complain had skyrocketed. Even Tina didn't know what to say. She looked at Noah as if she was about to cry. I'm sorry, brother. Even though I've been with Dr. Muito for 3 years, I still can't get used to it. It's okay, it's good that you're not used to it. If he got used to it, he would definitely become the second weirdo that people couldn't bear to look at. Noah patted Tina's head comfortingly. He then looked at Muito Kino, who was laughing at him. You're Dr. Muito, right? I've heard a lot about you. I feel that in this era, many people have begun to gradually forget about me. Because I don't go out, and I'm not as passionate about research as before. Now, I'm just a doctor who likes to dissect corpses. Muito Kino glanced at Noah. On the contrary, I feel like I should say that I've heard a lot about you. Oh. Noah raised his eyebrows. Do you know me? Although I don't want my memory to be so good, at least I can still remember things that happened a few years ago. Muito Kino looked at Noah with a half-smile. The founder of the famous Cursed Child Shelter, the most primitive person who changed the world, and now the leader of a civilian guild that has the ability to become the world's overlord. You should have heard of him before, right? Muito Kino turned around, poured a cup of hot coffee from the kettle, and said. Besides, the little brat and the little girl who often come to my place have mentioned your name more than once. I'm still thinking about when I'll have the chance to meet you. I must see what you look like, the person who started the new era. The person who started the new era? Noah chuckled. Aren't you flattering me a little too much? Being overly modest isn't a good thing. Muito Kino poured 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Noah and the other to Tina. I believe you know better than I do how filthy this world had become because of hatred and darkness. Your appearance had made this world that was as dark as sewage much cleaner. Though it is still murky, you at least brought hope. Your fairyland is unquestionably the beginning of a new era, and you have made it develop with that as its goal. Am I wrong? Half right and half wrong, Noah took the coffee and sipped it nonchalantly. Perhaps I want the children of fairyland to be reborn, praying that there would be a day where people would forget their hatred with that place as a starting point. However, Doctor, it's not the world that's dirty, but humans themselves. You're mistaken about that. Humans don't represent the world, you know? Interesting way of putting it. Muido Kino looked at Noah with interest and said meaningfully. But it's because humans can't represent the world that the protogut animals appeared, right? The atmosphere in the morgue instantly turned heavy. All right, let's not talk about these meaningless things. Muido Kino crossed her legs and looked at Tina. Since you've brought this brother of yours, you don't want me to defend Sandfeld, do you? Yes. Tina nodded. Actually, it's your big brother who wants to talk to you. That's to be expected. She turned around and looked at Noah. Her eyes, which were covered by her bangs, slowly narrowed. Is it related to the attack yesterday? Most of it. Noah put down the coffee in his hand and met Muido Kino's gaze. It's like this, therefore, Noah told Muido Kino everything that happened last night. Listening to Noah's explanation, Muido Kino's expression became a little solemn. When Noah mentioned Juyu, her pupils slightly shrank, and she fell into silence. A protogut animal that can be controlled by humans and a mechanical soldier that can be reborn with just a piece of brain fragment. Muido Kino mocked. So that's where you went, Albrecht Grunewald. Chapter 21:13. Noah and Hina both reacted when they heard Mudo Jin's sarcastic tone. This name. Hina raised her eyebrows and said tentatively. It's the name of the person in charge of the mechanized soldier project, right? That's right. Mudo Jin's sarcastic tone didn't weaken. Albrecht Grunewald, who was in charge of the entire mechanized soldier project and was in charge of all of us. That's the guy I just mentioned. Then why are you mentioning him now? Noah frowned. Could it be that he's the one who mechanized Juyueren? Are you trying to say that I'm baseless? Mudo Jin curled her lips. But I'm certain that he's the one who mechanized Juyueren. Undoubtedly, Mudo Jin's words were baseless, but Noah's frown deepened. Looking at Noah's expression, Muido Kino suddenly said. At the beginning of the mechanized soldier project, Arthur, and I all had our own research institutes in Japan, the United States, and Australia. You should know this, right? Of course. After all, after the mechanized soldier project was launched, the project was given another name by the person in charge. The Japan branch was called the New Humanity Creation Project. The United States branch was called Next. The Australia branch was called Obelisk. Of course, as the people in charge of the three countries, Mudo Jin, Ayn Rand, and Arthur Shannock all had their own research institutes in their own countries. In that case, I want to ask you. Mudo Jin looked straight at Noah and said. Have you ever heard of the person in charge of Germany setting up his own research institute in Germany? Noah was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly understood. That's right. The first three people in charge all had their own research institutes and projects. Only Grunewald, in this regard, only mentioned that he was the highest person in charge of the entire project and that he belonged to the country. There had never been any mention of a German branch project or research institute. That's why that guy has always been weird. Muido Kino clicked her tongue. He didn't set up a research institute in his own country. Instead, he set up his own research facilities in Japan, the United States, and Australia to carry out the mechanization program. Therefore, in Japan, there were also people who were transformed by Grunewald. A Japanese cyborg? Noah's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Looks like you've already figured it out. Muido Kino confirmed Noah's guess. It's that mechanical soldier called Leech Shadow In. What? Tina was shocked. In other words, the Leech Shadow In was not modified by you, but by Professor Grunewald? That's right. Muroto nodded. Although the leech Shadow Een is nominally a mechanical soldier of the New Human Creation Plan, and it was once part of the 787th Mechanized Special Unit of the Eastern Ground Self-Defense Force, it is not under my jurisdiction. It is under the jurisdiction of Grunewald. In other words, the leech Shadow Een was most likely sent by Grunewald to participate in the attack. Since the leech Shadow Een was with the leech Shadow Een, it was very likely that the leech Shadow Een was transformed by Grunewald. But this doesn't seem to be convincing, right? Noah pondered for a moment and said. Even if the leech Shadow Een was transformed by Professor Grunewald, and the leech Shadow Een was with the leech Shadow Een, it still can't be confirmed that the transformation was done by Grunewald. No, I can be sure, Muido Kino said impatiently. Let's put aside the operation of injecting the protozoan virus into the human brain fragment and using the protozoan's regenerative ability to restore the entire brain. Just the technology of putting a human brain into a mechanical body and smoothly connecting the brain to the mechanical body so that the neurons can be transmitted to every corner of the mechanical body and move like one's own body is something I don't have the confidence to do. You don't have the confidence to do it? Tina was shocked. You mean? Noah had a flash of inspiration, and he understood Muido Kino's thoughts. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Muido Kino spread her hands. Since I don't have the confidence to do it, and then Arthur won't be able to do it either. Only Grunewald is obviously more talented than the three of us. I've stolen his mechanical soldier blueprint before, but I couldn't understand a part of the blueprint at all. I can prove it. Now, even Tina understood why Muido Kino was so sure that the leech Shadow Yin's mechanical surgery was done by Grunewald. It was because among the four wise men, only Grunewald's technology was better than the other three. Therefore, since the large-scale mechanical surgery that even Muido Kino didn't have the confidence to do appeared on the leech Shadow Een, it could only be Grunewald's doing. Also, I can't control the protozoa either, but now, it appeared. So, the only person who can do this is Grunewald. Muido Kino concluded. This guy disappeared for so many years, and I thought he was hiding somewhere. Now, it seems that he's in the so-called Wuxiang Association. As soon as Muido Kino finished speaking, the entire operating theater fell into an indescribable silence. Tina didn't say anything. She just looked at Noah. Noah also fell into silence. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Muido Kino. Can I trust you? This sentence made Muido Kino raise her eyebrows, and then she laughed out loud. Trust? Muido Kino seemed to be laughing so hard that her stomach hurt a little. She held her stomach and waved at Noah as if she couldn't help but laugh. It's better not to. In this era, the trust between people is extremely fragile. I used to be unwilling to trust anyone. After all, I've seen hell before. As one of the strongest minds in the world who once aspired to save mankind, if she didn't experience despair and saw too much hell, how could she set such an ambition? In addition, just like how Muroto Nara once stole Grunewald's technology, many people would try to get close to Muroto Nara in an attempt to steal her technology. It was natural that this outstanding scientist wouldn't be willing to trust anyone. However, looking at Muido Kino, who was holding her stomach and laughing, Noah suddenly laughed. You said that was in the past. Muido Kino's laughter came to an abrupt end. Yes, that was in the past. Muido Kino stopped laughing, and her tone became a little distant. Now, I'm just hiding in a place that doesn't see the light of day. Every day, there are corpses for me to dissect, and the kid who was kidnapped by me to hell and turned into a mechanical soldier by me. That's enough for me. Tina understood the meaning behind Muido Kino's words. This overly outstanding scientist was telling Noah that she would never perform mechanical surgeries again, nor would she want to join a mysterious organization and do something that would be despised by others. Because I've seen too much despair and hell. Muido Kino looked at Noah. While humans are praying to be saved, they have unilateral hatred, and even abuse for a group of children who can save them. They're even scheming against each other in this era. It's hopeless. I even once thought that the world was hopeless. Therefore, I gave up everything and hid in this small operating theater. I only did what I liked to do, Guido Kino said to Noah. And your appearance changed the world that I once thought was hopeless. Therefore, I admire you. This was probably the most serious sentence that Guido Kino had said to Noah ever since she met him. Therefore, Noah understood. This sloppy doctor was actually the same as him. They both thought that mankind was hopeless, but they were also moved by mankind and returned to the position of saving mankind. However, what moved Noah was the people in Tokyo who made him feel the existence of hope. The person who moved Guido Kino should be Rentaro, right? Chapter 21:14. After coming out of the affiliated university hospital, Noah fell into deep thought as he recalled everything that happened last night and what he said to Muroto. Brother. Hina hugged Noah's hand and spoke softly. Are you still suspicious of Dr. Muto? No, I don't suspect that doctor anymore. Noah shook his head. I think Muto Hina is telling the truth, and her guess is very accurate. Is that so? Hina let out a sigh of relief. It's great that you believe in Dr. Muto. I just think her explanation is the most convincing. Noah smiled helplessly. After all, the person in charge of the American branch is already dead. It's unlikely that the person in charge of the Australian branch would be able to retrieve the brain fragments of an incompetent guard captain that I killed in Tokyo. As for Muto Hina, she hides in the morgue all day long. It would be difficult for her to perform a large-scale surgery. Now that I think about it, Grunewald is undoubtedly the most suspicious person. You're right. Hina nodded. Also, Professor Grunewald set up a research facility in Japan, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to retrieve the brain fragments. Also, the military helicopter that transported the giraffe last night is also very suspicious. Noah touched his chin. According to the Son of Heaven's investigation, the military helicopter didn't belong to the Tokyo area, nor did it belong to any other country. It seems to be a privately made military helicopter without a serial number. It's impossible for such a helicopter to obtain an entry permit and fly into the Tokyo area. Which means that the military helicopter was secretly made in the Tokyo area. Hina tilted her head. But what does that mean? It means that the other party isn't just a terrorist organization. They have sufficient technical support. Noah patted Hina's head. Although we can't be sure that it's Grunewald's doing, it's impossible to build such a military helicopter in secret without some means. Grunewald once set up a research facility here. Whether it's the site, materials, or technology, they're all guaranteed, right? Then, brother, are you sure that Professor Grunewald is in the Wuxiang Association? Hina asked in confusion. But, in the end, why would the Wuxiang Association attack Ms. Mugino? There could be a lot of reasons, Noah said. For example, there's a possibility that some country commissioned the Wuxiang Association to take action. But Big Brother hasn't mentioned this possibility even once, Tina asked. Brother, did you find something? Actually, it's not difficult at all. Noah shrugged. Didn't Wood say that the Five Feathers Association had been targeting Fairy Tale since a year ago? Yeah. Hina wrinkled her little nose. In the past, when I was carrying out missions, I encountered people from the Five Wings Association several times. Every time, they were targeting me. Many people in the guild have also been targeted. Moreover, the higher the IP ranking of the member, the more they would be targeted. If that's the case, then we need to think about what reason our guild has that would cause the Five Xiang Association to target us. Noah suggested. Thinking about it carefully, this time a year ago was also a hint. A year ago. Hina thought hard, but it didn't take long for her to be surprised. Speaking of a year ago, the first thing that came to mind was that the countries around the world finally realized that the number of cursed children in their countries had sharply decreased to the point that they could no longer ignore it, and then they noticed our guild, right? That's right. Noah curled his lips and smiled. It was also at that time that the countries around the world began to feel a sense of crisis, and felt that the world would be ruled by our guild, right? A sense of crisis? Hina seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that the Wuxiang Association also felt the same sense of crisis? Smart. Noah intimately pinched Hina's little nose. You weren't at the scene of the attack last night, so you might not know, but before the terrorist leader committed suicide, he said this sentence, "The world definitely belongs to us. The world definitely belongs to us." Hina's eyes widened. It can't be, the goal of the Wuxiang Association is, that's right. Noah sneered. The ultimate goal of the Wuxiang Association is to rule the world. That's why the Wuxiang Association targeted fairy tale. Because, in the current situation, Fairyland's fairy tale was the most likely force to rule the world. With such an unimaginable enemy like fairy tale appearing out of nowhere, how could the Wuxiang Association, whose goal was to rule the world, not feel a sense of crisis and target fairy tale? I'm afraid, the reason why this mysterious organization developed the technology to control gastronomic animals is to rule the world. Noah narrowed his eyes. If they can control gastronomic animals as they wish, then this mysterious organization will be able to destroy all the countries that resist them and establish their own hegemony. This is an organization with great ambition and potential. To think that they're researching ways to control gastronomic animals in order to rule the world. Hina said with a trembling voice. Are these people crazy? Among humans, there will always be some who daydream all day long, and do whatever they can to achieve it. Noah's voice carried a hint of coldness. They never think of others, only think of themselves, causing a lot of trouble for others, and in the end, letting others solve the problems they left behind. Just like what Muto Kino said, humans are hopeless. Then brother, what should we do? Hina looked up at Noah. Should we find this Five Xiang Association and completely annihilate it? Of course, let these rats hide in the corner and occasionally come out to bite us, we have no reason not to spray rat poison on them. Noah didn't hesitate at all. Since we're sure that they want to hurt us, then we have no reason to let them take advantage of us, even if it's not for ourselves. Yes, even if it's not for ourselves. Hina hugged Noah's arm and smiled. That's because we, Fairy Tale, have always fought to protect our companions and family. Hearing this, Noah also smiled, squatted down, and dotingly patted Hina's head. He looked directly into Hina's eyes and said gently. I'm very happy that you can say that. If brother is happy, then I'm happy. Hina tilted her head and smiled sweetly like never before. Because, everything I have already belongs to brother. Then, Hina moved her head forward and kissed Noah on the lips. Ah! Noah was stunned. Ha! Hina's pretty face was slightly red, but her expression was very happy. I finally gave my first kiss to brother, you have to take responsibility. You're so mischievous. Noah smiled bitterly. At this time, Noah heard a conversation around him. Did you see it? I saw it. Should we call the police? Let's call the police, after all, it's an underage girl. Noah suddenly couldn't stay calm. It wasn't until this moment that Noah remembered. He wasn't in a room, nor was he in a deserted place. He was in front of a university hospital, on the road. Noah didn't even need to look to know that the people on the road were looking at him with contempt and indifference. Immediately, Noah hurriedly said. Okay. Okay, since we've confirmed what we should confirm, then let's fulfill our promise and go shopping while we still have time. Hina's eyes immediately sparkled, and she was eager to do something. Then let's hurry and go. Tina latched onto Noah's arm as she spoke and ran forward with an elated expression on her face. Looking at Tina's pretty face that was brimming with a smile, Noah, who had only casually uttered an excuse to leave in a moment of desperation, could not find a reason to go back on his words. With a helpless and bitter smile, he allowed Tina to pull him and run forward. Chapter 21:15. After that, Noah accompanied Tina to almost the entire commercial street. In the past, when Noah had first met Tina, he had also taken Tina out for a stroll. That time was probably the first time in Tina's life that she felt human warmth. However, at that time, Yan Zhu and Xia Shi also went. In the eyes of others, it was like a brother taking three sisters out to play. But this time, there was only Noah and Tina, and it seemed that Tina was even happier than the last time. As such, Tina had completely transformed into a little girl of her age today, and she had been running around with Noah all this time. When they came to a stall selling cold drinks, the little girl would go up and directly order an ice cream and eat it with Noah. When they came to a clothing store with beautiful dresses, the little girl would go in and try on one dress after another, making the shop assistant look at Tina with love in their eyes. One could imagine how cute she was. When they were in the amusement park, the little girl would happily grab Noah's hand and rush inside to play one game after another. In the end, she even sat on the Ferris wheel. On the Ferris wheel, when Noah was not paying attention, she put her small lips on his and gave him a wave of benefits. Even when they met a child who was lost, the little girl would go over and gently comfort the child, and then ask Noah for help. This made Noah not know whether to laugh or cry, and he could only run around again to find the child's mother. In the end, when it was almost evening, Tina seemed to have finally exhausted her energy, and she followed Noah back to the holy residence. "I'm really happy today." Walking in the corridor of the holy residence, Tina held a doll that Noah gave her in her hand and smiled contentedly. "I haven't been this happy in a long time, it's all thanks to Big Brother." "As long as you're happy." Noah smiled slightly. However, I didn't expect Tina to become so playful. In Noah's memory, his impression of Tina was still from 3 years ago. At that time, due to the owl gene in her body, Tina gave off a completely different feeling during the day and at night. However, in general, in front of Noah, Tina had always been a very obedient and quiet little girl. However, after a day of fooling around, Tina had completely transformed into a mischievous young girl that matched her age. Noah was truly taken aback. Tina also seemed to feel a little embarrassed about this. "Because Big Brother will definitely be very busy in the future, so I have to take advantage of this time to satisfy myself." "But are you okay?" Noah asked. "Although you once said in the past that even if you have the owl factor, you can still adjust to the time difference and move around during the day. But you were busy the whole night last night and didn't rest at all today. Is it okay?" "It's okay." Tina seemed to want to prove something and gave Noah a smile full of energy. "Since reaching domain, the activity of the protozoan virus in my body has increased a lot, and the owl factor in me has also become much more active. Even if I don't rest during the day, I will automatically adjust to the best state at night, although I will be more tired the next day." Automatically adjust to the best state. It was like the night version of the God Slayer. However, when it comes to domain, what exactly is it? Noah raised such a question. Although I've heard before that among the police officers in the same profession, a portion of the super high-ranking initiators have reached this so-called domain realm, but when I was still in charge, our guild didn't have a single child who had reached domain. After all, in the past, Fairy Tail was just a civilian organization in the Tokyo area. Even if they recruited most of the outstanding police officers and most of the outstanding cursed children in the Tokyo area, even so, there had never been a pair of police officers in the top 100 IP rankings in the guild. It was only after Tina joined that the situation improved. Of course, at that time, Fairy Tail naturally wouldn't have the initiator who had reached the domain level. Thus, Tina was the first initiator that Noah had ever seen who had reached the domain stage. Therefore, Noah could only be considered to have a partial understanding of the state of domain. "Actually, it's not difficult to understand," Tina said. "The so-called domain is a state that is reached after breaking through the growth limit point. Other than that, there are no other unknowns." "Breaking through the growth limit point?" Noah said thoughtfully. "Just like how people break through their own limits. It's a bit similar, but the specific aspects are different." Tina organized her words and explained. "Just like how humans have their own limits, the cursed children also have their own limits, but this limit depends on the protozoan virus in the body. From a human's point of view, it is the cursed child's own potential. Like Miss Yen Zhu, in the past, she basically didn't train herself. She just kept using her ability, so her speed would continue to grow and become faster and faster. Tina looked at Noah. I used to be the same. As long as I kept using my ability, by the next night, I would find that my eyesight had increased, my sniping accuracy had increased, and my condition was getting better and better. Every night, I would become stronger than the previous night. That's really against the rules. Noah couldn't help but sigh. But, there is a limit, right? Yes. Tina nodded. After continuous growth, one day, we will find that no matter how we use our ability or even train ourselves, we can't improve our strength. We can only turn to honing our skills. In the past, Yanju came to Noah for help because she suddenly couldn't improve her speed, but Noah couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn to teaching Yanju combat skills to hone her combat skills and improve her skills to improve her own strength. It was from then on that Noah asked around and learned about the existence of the domain. No matter which cursed child it is, after their ability has developed to a certain extent, they will enter a period of stagnation. From then on, they will no longer be able to improve their ability. Miss Yanju and I both encountered this problem. In the words of a doctor, it is a bottleneck. Tina said to Noah. However, just like how humans don't know how to ride bicycles, but one day they suddenly know how to ride a bicycle. When the initiator is not satisfied with their own strength and carries out strict self-discipline and training, a portion of them will eventually break through their growth limit and enter a state of regaining growth. That is the domain. Once they enter this state, not only can they regain their growth, but their growth will also be much faster than before. Therefore, there is an unbridgeable gap in strength between those who have reached the domain and those who haven't. It is absolutely impossible for those who haven't reached the domain to defeat those who have reached the domain because of this reason. The first time I reached my growth limit was before I met my big brother. Perhaps it was even earlier than Miss Yanju, Tina said. Until 2 years ago, on a mission abroad, I met my younger sister who used to work under Professor and younger sister. Noah was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. You mean the cursed child who was transformed into a mechanical soldier by Ayn Rand like you? That's right. Tina said with some nostalgia. IP ranked 100th, Ashley Springer XX, nickname, Giant Spiked Lizard. Ranked 98th in IP, Tina Sprout, nicknamed, Black Wind. IP ranked 95th, Irene Spencer, nickname, Meteorite Fall. IP ranked 88th, Faye Miller, nickname, Black Belly. IP ranked 70th, Louise Selesny, nickname, Demon Queen. Ranked 21st in the IP rankings, Rita Sosberry, nicknamed Hades. The 6 above are the people who Professor Ayn Rand bought from the black market under various names when she was still alive. She used mechanical surgery to create these people who have the ability of both cursed children and mechanical soldiers. Tina's voice became a little heavy. After Professor Ayn passed away, all of my sisters also lost their jobs and shelter. Chapter 21:16. Among the police, there was a saying that was not well known, but it was often mentioned. The top 100 police officers in the IP ranking are all people who sold their souls to the devil. Because the police officers who could reach this ranking, whether they were the promoters or initiators, were not ordinary people. For example, among the promoters, some of them were mechanical soldiers. In the eyes of others, they were no longer human. For example, among the initiators, there were many who, like Tina, worked as assassins and took on many dirty jobs. Of course, Tina's sisters, who were all in the top 100 IP ranking, also had hands full of blood. Like Tina, those children were almost all weapons in Ayn Rand's hands. Usually, they only followed Ayn Rand's orders to complete various tasks. Whether it was humans or animals, they had killed countless of them. Following Ayn Rand's death and Tina's disappearance, the children had completely lost their pillar of support. In the end, the sisters could only accept the arrangement of the International Initiator Monitoring Organization and form police partners with unfamiliar promoters in order to survive. Walking in the corridor of the holy abode, Tina hugged the doll in her arms tightly and said in a low voice. But in foreign countries, the cursed child suffered more discrimination and hatred than in Tokyo. The promoters of the sisters were all bastards. Not only did they not treat the sisters as humans, they even wanted to abuse them. Is that so? Noah was silent for a while before speaking. Then what happened? Then, the sisters couldn't take it anymore and killed all the promoters. Tina's voice became a little sorrowful. Of course, the cursed child killed humans, so it naturally aroused the anger of all the adults who hated the cursed child. The government also issued a wanted order, so the sisters could only live a miserable life like street rats. In the end, they could only go to the black market and accept assassin jobs again to survive. After living like this for a year, the children encountered Tina, who went abroad for a mission. At that time, I received a mission to protect a foreign high-ranking official, and the sisters took on the job of assassinating the official. Tina seemed to be completely evoked by the memories and bit her lip. In the eyes of the sisters, I was undoubtedly a traitor after joining the guild. After a year of accumulated grievances and hatred, they turned their swords on me and even tried to kill me. As one of Ayn Rand's sisters, Tina must have built a good relationship with her sisters, right? Even though they weren't related by blood, Noah could easily imagine how terrible it must have been for Tina to attack her younger sisters. Furthermore, in Tina's heart, perhaps she really did think that she had betrayed her sisters. In fact, even Ayn Rand had died because of her, causing all of her sisters to have one foot in hell. That kind of guilt was enough to crush a 10-year-old girl. However, Tina didn't give up. Although it was very uncomfortable, I felt the warmth of home in Fairy Tale. I made many friends and companions here, and I even got to know my big brother. Tina's expression became somewhat resolute. So, I didn't want to die. Even if all of my sisters were on par with me or even stronger than me, including Rita, who was ranked 21st in IP, I didn't want to give up on this life that was saved by my big brother. It was under that kind of resoluteness that Tina resisted. Facing 5 sisters who were on par with her or even stronger than her, Tina gave it her all and started a battle. In the end, under her obsession, Tina found that her abilities that had been stagnant began to gradually improve during the battle, and the rate of improvement was getting faster and faster. In other words, during that battle, Tina successfully broke through the limits of her growth and reached the domain realm. Tina, whose abilities were rapidly improving, finally defeated her 5 sisters and successfully survived. That was my experience of reaching domain. Tina broke free from the memories of the past and smiled at Noah. From then on, my abilities grew again. Just like before, as long as I continued to use my abilities, they would continue to improve. Even now, it hasn't stopped. Perhaps, for Tina, that was not only a breakthrough in her growth limit, but also a breakthrough in her state of mind. Immediately after that, Tina grew rapidly all the way until now. She was ranked first in IP and had obtained the title of the strongest initiator. Noah was silent. After accidentally learning that Tina had such an experience, Noah felt a little regret in his heart. 3 years ago, in order to prevent innocent cursed children from being sent to the operating table by Ayn Rand and losing their lives in vain, Noah stepped into hell. At the same time, in order to save Tina, he resolutely instigated Chiwu Zhongshuan to assassinate Ayn Rand. In the end, Noah forgot that in Ayn Rand's hands, there might be children who had the same abilities as Tina, cursed children and mechanical soldiers. Unexpectedly, the decision at that time, while saving Tina and the children who were not killed, actually caused Tina's sisters to fall into such a situation. That was indeed Noah's mistake. If he had thought of this earlier, Noah would definitely have sent people to bring those children over, right? What happened after that? Noah could only suppress the slight regret in his heart and laughed bitterly. How are your sisters? Hearing this, Tina turned her head and looked at Noah with a pair of sapphire blue eyes. As if seeing Noah's regret in his heart, she smiled slightly. Big brother, if you want to see my sisters, you can do so when you return to the guild. Return to the guild? Noah was slightly taken aback, but he quickly reacted. You mean, it wasn't easy to meet my sisters, how could I let them go? Tina said somewhat playfully. That's why I brought my sisters back to the guild and forced them to join the guild as their elder sister. Right now, my sisters are the best initiators in our guild. Not only that, Rita, who used to be ranked 21st, is now one of the top 10 initiators in our guild. She's even stronger than Miss Yenju. Is that so? Noah's heart was finally at ease. He couldn't help but smile. Then, when we return, let me meet your sisters. My sisters will be very happy. Tina said with a smile. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and began to mutter. But, for me, it's just a little dangerous. Dangerous? Noah blinked. Why? Nothing. For some reason, Tina suddenly became angry and quickened her pace. Tina. Noah could only follow along with a dumbstruck expression on his face. Tina was amused by Noah's question, but at the same time, she sighed inwardly. Because I kept praising Big Brother in front of my sisters, it made them all yearn for Big Brother. Every one of them wants to be Big Brother's sister. How can I say something like that? Holy Residence, Guest Hall. When Noah and Tina returned, Elysian and Mugging seemed to still be discussing the international conference and the attack last night. Xia Shi followed beside Mugging like a shadow. Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith also followed beside Elysian and Mugging, loyally carrying out the tasks given to them by Noah. However, the four girls only stood silently at the side with a taciturn look. It was not until Noah appeared in the guest hall that the four girls reacted. He's back, he's back, he's back. Orpheus and Lilith immediately noticed Noah's return. One said expressionlessly while the other said with a slightly excited tone. Master. Aster turned to look at Noah. It seems that we have gained something. Athena displayed her extraordinary wisdom. Her seductive snake eyes flashed as if she could see through everything about Noah. President is back. Even Xia Shi began to speak, interrupting Elysian and Mugeng's conversation. Only then did Xing Tianzi and Mugung turn their gazes to Noah and smile. The difference was that Mugeng's smile was a reassuring one. Elysian, on the other hand, gave Noah a gentle smile. Chapter 21:17. For a moment, Noah even saw a hint of Mira on the Holy Heavenly Child. That gentle smile was almost the same as Myra's. However, the Holy Heavenly Child's personality was quite similar to Myra's. Although she wasn't as sweet and gentle as Mira, the Holy Heavenly Child was also a gentle girl on the inside. It was just that she had a sense of resignation and purity. With that in mind, Noah returned a smile and exchanged a look with the Holy Heavenly Child. Perhaps Noah and the Holy Heavenly Child both thought that they were being very discreet. Unfortunately, the girls present were extremely sensitive in this regard. When Noah realized this, Tina and Xia Shi already had tense expressions on their faces. Even Athena was looking at Noah with a hint of a smile, making Noah feel a little guilty. I say, President. Mugging rubbed his forehead as if he was having a headache. I know you've already taken down our Holy Heavenly Child, but can you please wait until you're together in private before showing off your love? Show off our love. The Holy Heavenly Child's face reddened as she panicked. We didn't do that. Really? Mugging narrowed his eyes with an exasperated expression. If I misunderstood, then I apologize. But Holy Heavenly Child, you don't seem to be convincing at all. The Holy Heavenly Child's face became redder and redder. She couldn't help but turn her head away, not daring to look Mugging in the eye. Little did she know that this reaction made it seem as if she was admitting to it. All right. Mugging looked like he couldn't take it anymore. Looks like he really has been taken down, Tina's expression became extremely tense as she spoke in a low voice. As expected, the Holy Heavenly Child is the most dangerous one. I knew that the Holy Heavenly Child had some feelings for the President. Xia Shi sighed. Who would have thought that he would really be taken down as soon as he returned? While Mugging, Tina, and Xia Shi were expressing their thoughts, Orpheus and Lilith were still looking on with perplexed expressions. Taken down. Taken down. Taken down. For Lord Dragon God, who was ignorant of worldly affairs. Perhaps the world of adults was too complicated. Master. Aster even raised his head and stared at Noah. His mysterious purple eyes flickered with a pitiful color. Have you already taken down the target of your protection? The corner of Noah's mouth twitched under Aster's innocent gaze. He felt more and more guilty. Isn't it good? Athena's expression was indifferent. Since ancient times, heroes have always been loved by young girls. In this aspect, you are already a sufficient hero. Unfortunately, these words were not compliments to Noah at all. It was more like adding insult to injury. The Elysian Emperor's face turned redder and redder. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to run away. The rest of the girls cast their gazes at Noah. There was blame, scrutiny, doubt, and confusion in their gazes. This made Noah feel as if his head was about to explode. Didn't he just smile at her? Did they have to do this? Noah could only roll his eyes and forcefully change the topic. Cut the crap. Did you guys find anything? Mugging and the others also rolled their eyes at Noah's direct change of topic. Only the Elysian Emperor quickly agreed with Noah. We have already collected the firearms and ammunition used by the terrorists last night. We sent them to the Sima family's company and asked them to help us analyze them. Although the person in charge is Unweaver, which makes me a little unhappy. Mugging said unhappily. But, according to them, the analysis results will be out by this time tomorrow. I hope we can find something from the rifling. Rifling refers to the trace left behind by the bullet after it was fired. In the eyes of experts, this trace can give a lot of information, such as the performance of the gun and so on. It can even find out the factory location and the source of the gun and ammunition. Therefore, rifling is also known as the fingerprints of the gun and is often listed as a necessary investigation target in various large-scale cases. However, even murderers know to wear gloves when they commit a crime to prevent exposing their fingerprints. I don't think that a group of well-trained terrorists who even used mechanical soldiers and protozoa will leave any flaws in the rifling. In the end, we won't be able to find any rifling records, right? Noah said to the Elysian Emperor and Mugging in an affirmative tone. But, the Sima family has now almost monopolized the entire weapons business in Tokyo. The guns and ammunition that appear in Tokyo, unless they are smuggled in, will definitely be found out where they were made. If those guns and ammunition were made in Tokyo, it proves that the terrorists are likely to have their own underground arsenal. The Elysian Emperor's tone was a little solemn. Even if it is for the residents of Tokyo, they must be found. I will leave this to you. Noah shrugged. I just think that before we find out, you should be attacked again. Us? The Elysian Emperor and Mugging suddenly cast a speechless look at Noah. Noah was stunned and asked curiously. Why are you looking at me like that? The Elysian Emperor and Miss Mugging want to tell the president, please don't forget yourself. Xia Shi interrupted. Please don't forget, now, you are the terrorists' primary target. Hearing that, Noah finally understood what they were trying to say. The terrorists attacked Mugging because Mugging was the acting president of Fairy Tale, the leader of a force that now had the ability to compete for world domination. The Elysian Emperor was attacked because he was the only head of state that stood in the position of an ally of Fairyland. Now that Noah was back, the terrorists' target naturally turned to the master who would decide whether Fairyland would become the world's overlord. Noah had been paying attention to the safety of Mugging and the Elysian Emperor, but he forgot. Now, he was the terrorists' primary target. I really forgot about it. Noah could not help but laugh. But, if they are only targeting me, then that's great. After all, Noah had to pay attention to the terrorists because he needed to take care of the people around him. If it was only his problem, then, for Noah, it was really easy to solve. Not to mention, the little girls around Noah would not let the terrorists do whatever they wanted. No matter who they are, as long as I am with Master, then we will not lose. Aster said expressionlessly. I am Master's sword, so I will protect Master. Protect Noah. Orpheus' young face also had a layer of seriousness. Protect Noah, protect Noah. Lilith even got into her stance, her small fists swung forward a few times, creating a heavy sonic boom. The terrifying power that seemed to be able to directly shatter space made the Elysian Emperor, Mugeng, and Xiaoshi tremble in fear. Only Athena turned her head away in boredom. This was because she knew that in this world, no one would be able to threaten Noah no matter how big of an accident it was. Otherwise, Noah wouldn't have asked them to protect the people around them. Of course, I will also protect Big Brother. Tina hugged the doll and smiled at Noah. After all, I am the one who started Big Brother. Then I really have to thank you. Noah smiled at the group of little girls and touched them one by one. Of course, he touched their heads, and those who had other thoughts were all facing the wall. Elysian Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw the scene of Noah mingling with the girls. Xiaoshi's eyes had a hint of envy. As for Mugeng, before he could say anything, he received a call. Mugeng took out his phone and placed it on his ear. The next second, his eyes lit up and he suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Noah saw this scene clearly and asked curiously. Did something good happen? It should be considered good, right? Mugeng hung up the phone and said to Noah with a face full of smiles. A certain police officer with a strong sense of justice is back, and he is already in the Tokyo area. Noah raised his eyebrows at once, and then smiled. Chapter 21:18. Tokyo Area, Airport. In the crowded airport lobby, Noah and Hina walked in from the direction of the main entrance. They followed the signs and arrived at the arrival area. It didn't take much effort for Noah to discover a pair of rather conspicuous partners among the people who had arrived at the airport. Of course, it was a police officer pair. The initiator was a young man in his 20s wearing a uniformed suit. The initiator was a young girl who was about 13 or 14 years old. She had 2 ponytails and was wearing a fancy dress, a jacket, and a pair of high boots. The police officer pair was squeezed in the crowd and quarreled for some reason. I say, Rentaro, is the president really back? I say, Yen Zhu, you've asked this question no less than 10 times. I've also answered you no less than 10 times. At least, that's what I said on the phone. But, didn't you say the president would come to pick us up? I haven't seen her yet. I just called Miss Mugeng 20 minutes ago. How could she be here so soon? Could it be that you, this muddle-headed fool, got the time wrong? You're the only one who would get the time wrong, not me. Rentaro, you're so annoying. No wonder Mugeng doesn't care about you. Even her childhood friend doesn't like you. I think you can only be single for the rest of your life. So noisy. It's not your turn to criticize me, you underage brat. Seeing the clown pair quarreling among themselves and scaring away the pedestrians around them, Noah and Hina looked at each other. Then, they couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Just as Hina opened her mouth and was about to call for help, Noah pressed on Hina's shoulder. He looked at the initiator who was quarreling with the initiator and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. In the next second, Noah's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the 2 police officers who were quarreling had a serious expression on their faces. Both of them sensed it. A presence was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, a figure suddenly appeared behind the young man and suddenly reached out his hand. Rentaro! Yen Zhu exclaimed. However, before Yen Zhu could speak, Rentaro had already made his move. Slap! With a crisp sound, Rentaro raised his left hand and grabbed the hand that was reaching for his right shoulder. However, that hand suddenly trembled and easily broke free from Ryutaru's capture. Clenching it into a fist, it abruptly punched out. Who? The fist whistled through the air and instantly closed in on Ryutaru. A gust of wind blew against Ryutaru's face, causing his pupils to shrink. This was an expert. Ryutaru instantly made this judgment. At the same time, Rentaro's body suddenly tilted to the side, causing the punch that carried a strong gust of wind to land on empty air. Heavenly Child Battle Technique Form 2, Level 16. Just as Noah's fist brushed past Ryuteru's shoulder and missed, Ryuteru pressed one hand against the ground and spun his body. Hidden Zen. Black Wind. The swift and fierce roundhouse kick was as sharp as a blade. With a piercing sound, it kicked toward Noah's missing arm. If this roundhouse kick had really landed, then even a well-trained police officer would be paralyzed for an entire day and would not be able to exert any strength again if one of his arms was not broken. Unfortunately, almost at the same time, Noah suddenly turned his fist into a palm, and with a backhand chop, he collided heavily with Rintaro's ferocious kick. Bang! A low sound of collision rang out. A strong wind blew. The powerful force caused Rintaro's entire body to tumble a few times, and he continued to tumble out. At this time, Ryuteru was finally shocked. Although he did not release his prosthetic arm, without using the ability of the mechanical soldiers, Ryuteru had already used all his combat power. Compared to Ryuteru 3 years ago, who would have been trash if he did not release his prosthetic arm, Ryuteru's skills had improved a lot after 3 years. Compared to himself 3 years ago when he released his prosthetic arm, Ryuteru was almost on par with him. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage in one move, but he was also suppressed. While Ryuteru was still in shock, and before he could stabilize his body and mind, Noah had already dashed out. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ryuteru. His punches and kicks were like a storm as he unleashed an extremely violent attack. Ryuteru's heart tightened. He could not care less. With a leap, he got into a fighting stance and faced Noah's fierce attack. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous sounds of punches and kicks colliding, two figures, one in front and one behind, one advancing and one retreating, one attacking and one defending, began a fierce battle in the entire airport's lobby. What? Is this a brawl? Idiot. If a brawl like this is normal, then the police don't deserve to live. Is that a fight between police officers? Hurry. Hurry up and run. The entire airport was suddenly in a mess. The people around all fled in panic, hating that they were not born with a pair of legs. It was no wonder that the general public was so panicked. In the police force, some of them were outlaws, and they were allowed to carry weapons and guns. In the eyes of the general public, they were just a bunch of vicious criminals. Even though most of the world's police officers had joined Fairy Tail and become members of Fairyland, which improved the quality of the police officers, Fairy Tail did not accept just anyone. Those who were obviously disobedient and did not care about the life and death of the initiator would all be rejected and even taught a harsh lesson. Only the cursed child, who was the initiator, would be accepted unconditionally. As a result, without the initiator, many of the initiators who did not pass the test could not become police officers. They could only complain to the International Initiator Supervision Agency. However, the current Fairy Tail had already formed a country of its own, and it was very powerful. If the International Initiator Supervision Agency were to intervene, it would only turn into an international problem, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the International Initiator Supervision Agency today was not as influential as it was 3 years ago. At least, they could not interfere with Fairy Tail. As a result, the initiators who lost the initiator would naturally hold a grudge and would often find fault with Fairy Tail's police officers, which would turn into conflicts. From the perspective of outsiders, there was now a bad police officer looking for fault with a kind police officer, which led to a conflict. Naturally, they would run as far as they could to avoid using their guns and getting hit by stray bullets. If that happened, they would not even have a place to cry. In such a chaotic situation, Yenju finally reacted. Rentaro. The moment the call was heard, Yenju turned into a phantom. Whoosh! Her petite figure carried with it an astonishing speed, like a meteor streaking through the air. Just like that, Yenju rushed out. Her eyes turned scarlet as she violently shot toward Noah and Rentaro, who were fighting with their fists and feet. Immediately after, the shockingly fast Yenju flashed out from behind Rentaro. She flew up and kicked out like a flash of light. Whether it was her movement speed or her attack speed, they were both astonishingly fast. No. Rentaro's expression changed. Perhaps it was because of the suddenness of the situation, but Yen Zhu's kick was already serious. If this kick landed, it would not be as simple as a serious injury. It might even kill him. Just as Ryutaru's expression abruptly changed, another petite figure suddenly appeared. Just like Yen Zhu, she darted out from behind Noah. She raised her scarlet eyes and raised her arms. Boom! Yen Zhu's heavy kick landed heavily on the slender arms that were crossed, causing a muffled explosion. It caused a circle of strong wind to expand, like a whirlwind that swept towards the surroundings. That won't do. In the next instant, the young girl who blocked Yen Zhu's kick smiled faintly. Even if you're Miss Yen Zhu, I won't allow you to hurt my brother. Hearing this, Yen Zhu, who hadn't yet retracted her kick, faltered slightly. Then, she finally got a good look at the person who had just arrived. Hina. Hina. Rentaro was also stunned. Then, he saw Noah standing behind Hina, who was looking at him with a hint of a smile on his face. The shock on his face quickly turned into joy. Noah. Chapter 21:19. At this moment, Yen Zhu finally noticed the identity of the person who had attacked Rentaro. Her scarlet eyes first regained their original color, then she became agitated. Guild Master. I've missed you so much. In the next second, Yen Zhu cheered and threw herself at Noah. Noah instinctively opened his arms and caught Yen Zhu in his embrace. The smile on his face did not falter as he rubbed Yen Zhu's little head and laughed out loud. Long time no see, Yen Zhu. You've grown up, and much stronger than before. As he said this, Noah raised his head and looked at Rentaro with a smile. You too, Rentaro. It's been 3 years, and you've become a different person. After all, in order to not be left behind by Miss Muggeng, Hina, and the other newbies in the guild, I've been working so hard to get here. Rentaro stepped forward and thumped Noah's chest. You, on the other hand, have disappeared for 3 years, and now you're setting me up the moment you return. Don't you think about how much effort I've put in for your guild? That was the truth. When they first turned to the establishment of Fairyland, which was also the development plan Noah had set before he left, Rentaro had begun his mission with Yen Zhu as the leader of the tour group that Fairy Tale sent to various parts of the world in order to bring the cursed children from all over the world to Fairy Tale. Over the past 3 years, Rentaro and Yen Zhu had been traveling all over the world, repeating the task of secretly sending the cursed children from all over the world to Fairyland. The hardships they encountered during that period were not something that could be easily dealt with. Leaving aside the difficulty of moving the cursed children around the world, just moving all of them to Fairyland was a problem in and of itself. After all, unlike in the past when one could travel between countries by taking a plane, in today's era, the threat of protozoa was almost everywhere. Even if there were still flights, they had to be equipped with police and guards. Otherwise, they could only wait to be eaten by protozoa. Naturally, the mass transfer of the cursed children could not be carried out openly. Therefore, the entire transfer process, from the preparation of transportation to the deployment of guards, had to be handled by Fairy Tale. In light of this, it was easy to imagine how much effort and hardship Rentaro had put in as the leader of the tour group for the past 3 years. Especially a year ago, when the various countries around the world finally noticed the mass exodus of the cursed children and started to control the outflow of the cursed children, the tour group led by Rentaro had to face difficulties and obstructions from various countries. Sometimes, they even had to fight with high-ranking police officers. This kind of life could be said to be like going from the water to the fire. He didn't know how many Azura battlefields he had experienced. Thus, in Fairy Tale, the most hard-working ones were Muggeng, Hina, and Xia Shi, while the most hard-working ones were Rentaro and Yen Zhu. I know you are a great contributor. Noah shrugged. However, thanks to this, you were able to grow rapidly and rise all the way to the top 10 of the IP ranking, right? If it wasn't for the many dangers and experiences he had experienced, how could Rentaro's strength increase so quickly? Even if he didn't use the ability of the mechanical soldiers, he would still be able to compete with his full strength 3 years ago. Yen Zhu's strength increased so quickly because of this, right? Noah patted Yen Zhu's head. Could it be that you have also reached domain? Hee hee. Yen Zhu didn't answer. She only made a V gesture to Noah, but it was more useful than any answer. However, it was not difficult to guess that Yen Zhu had reached domain. After all, before Noah left, Yen Zhu had already reached her growth limit. Her speed could no longer increase, and her ability could no longer be improved. But just now, Yen Zhu's speed had reached an astonishing level. It was much faster than when Noah left 3 years ago. Since she had already reached her growth limit, it was reasonable to say that she could no longer grow. However, Yen Zhu's speed had greatly increased. Wasn't this the proof that she had broken through her growth limit and reached domain? Hina reached domain 2 years ago, and I reached domain 1 year ago. Yen Zhu said proudly with her hands on her waist. If it wasn't like this, how could Rintaro have reached the top 10 of the IP ranking by himself? Although it's infuriating, without Yen Zhu, I wouldn't have been able to squeeze into the top 10. Rintaro scratched his head and sighed. Every time this happens, I have to admire Miss Muggeng. It's really depressing. Rintaro and Yen Zhu's IP ranking was 7th. Muggeng and Xiaoshi's IP ranking was 3rd. Undoubtedly, not only did Xiaoshi not reach the domain realm, his combat ability was also not very strong. However, Muggeng was still able to reach the top 3 in the IP ranking. It was no wonder that Rintaro was so impressed. Of course, although Xiaoshi's combat ability was not outstanding, he was very smart and could assist Muggeng in various situations. For Muggeng to reach this ranking, Xiaoshi's contribution could not be ignored. Oh, right. Yen Zhu looked around. Muggeng and Xiaoshi didn't come. As pillars of the guild, those two are now public figures from head to toe. In the eyes of others, they could even be considered as the head of state and assistant of Fairyland, which is different from us, Tina said. If we let Miss Muggeng and Xiaoshi come to the airport, it will definitely cause a big commotion. Moreover, Miss Muggeng is currently a terrorist target, right? Rintaro's expression became serious. Then all the more reason to not come to this kind of public place. It's too dangerous. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly come back? Noah asked. Weren't we still continuing the tour group mission in another country? It's all because of Muggeng. Yen Zhu said loudly. Rintaro said that the countries all over the world proposed a meeting with our guild. They definitely have bad intentions. That's why we rushed back. Although Miss Muggeng is very strong and would definitely bring Hina along just in case, I still don't think it's very safe. Rintaro nodded. This time, the countries all over the world are obviously targeting our guild. It's hard to guarantee that they won't play some tricks in the dark. If that's the case, we won't be able to wait patiently outside. That's why we came back. Yen Zhu giggled. And we also heard from the guild that the guild leader is back. That's great. In short, you guys being able to rush over is a great help. Noah looked at Rintaro and Yen Zhu and smiled mockingly. With the famous Tank and Tornado, who are ranked 7th in the IP ranking as guards, how reliable. Hearing this, Yen Zhu smiled proudly. Rintaro also smiled, but it was a bitter smile. This sentence, coming from the hermit, who is ranked 1st in the IP ranking, isn't convincing at all. In Fairy Tail, Rintaro and Yen Zhu were ranked 5th in the IP ranking. Of the top 10 strongest police partners in the IP ranking, 7 of them were in the guild. These 7 pairs of police officers were ranked 1st, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th in the IP rankings. Therefore, in the guild, Rintaro and Yen Zhu were ranked 5th in the guild. Of course, the IP ranking set up by the International Association of Pioneers wasn't based on the strength of each police partner. Instead, it was based on the achievements of each partner. Even if this ranking was equivalent to a strong or weak partner. That was why, in Rentaro's opinion, there were only two people in the guild that he couldn't defeat no matter what he did. One was Mugang. The other was Noah. Even after 3 years, Rentaro still didn't know how much Noah's strength had improved. However, Rentaro still didn't have the confidence to defeat Noah. Therefore, whether it was from the IP ranking or from the actual situation, Rentaro felt that he wasn't as reliable as Noah. I just hope that I can help a little bit with the guards. This was Rentaro's thought. In this regard, Noah naturally nodded. Then, let's go first. Rentaro and Yen Zhu both nodded. Chapter 21-20. In other people's eyes, the return of Rentaro and Yen Zhu might have made Mugang's safety more secure, and made the terrorist attack more suspenseful. However, in Noah's eyes, there was not much of a difference. Although it was a little inappropriate to say this, Noah had arranged for Orpheus and Lilith to be Mugang's guards. Others might not know how powerful the two little girls were, but how could Noah not know? Even in the demon high school, where gods and demon kings were everywhere, Orpheus and Lilith were among the strongest dragon gods. In the Dark Bullet world, Orpheus and Lilith were truly invincible, and it was impossible for them to find an opponent. Even Noah, without using another cosmology, could only match up to one of Orpheus and Lilith at full strength. It was still unknown whether he could defeat them. With Orpheus and Lilith as his guards, there was absolutely no problem for Mugang. Of course, these two dragon gods were too naive, and no one knew if they would suddenly be deceived, leading to some mistakes. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a good thing to have Rentaro and Yen Zhu accompanying him. As for the Holy Son of Heaven's side, although Aster and Athena's strength was far inferior to Orpheus and Lilith, they were more secure in terms of safety. No matter what, Athena was once the goddess of wisdom. In terms of strategy, Athena was truly the strongest in the world, right? Therefore, compared to Mugang's side, the Holy Son of Heaven's guards were weaker, but they had no flaws. Even if they were not as good as Orpheus and Lilith, Aster and Athena were still not ordinary. As long as Noah did not interrupt the supply of divine power, Aster and Athena would be able to display power comparable to that of a god. That level of power was also invincible in this world. Since they were all invincible, it did not matter if there was a difference in combat power, since they were all allies. Under such circumstances, in the next 2 days, Mugang and the Holy Son of Heaven were still preparing for the international conference. Noah, on the other hand, pushed all the preparations to Mugang, and even pushed Tina, who was the initiator, to be the Holy Son of Heaven's guard. He himself wandered around the streets every day, and his idleness made people speechless. At least, some people hated this to the core. In a dim war room, bodyguard Zhuren, who was covered in a black robe and only had his hood removed to reveal a mechanical head, looked at Noah, who was wandering around on the surveillance screen, playing on one street after another. He clenched his fists tightly. Bang! At a certain moment, the bodyguard finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He smashed the instrument next to him with a punch and roared out loud. Why? Why won't you let me go out and kill that bastard? Isn't this a great opportunity? From the monitor, it was very clear that Noah did not bring any guards with him at all. For the past 2 days, he had been loafing around alone, wandering around. Just like what the bodyguard said, if they wanted to assassinate Noah, this was definitely a great opportunity. However, this great opportunity had started 2 days ago, and it had not been interrupted for the past 2 days. What did this mean? Did it mean that Noah's sense of danger was so low that he did not even realize the situation he was in? Of course not. This guy, he's looking down on us. The bodyguard was furious. He's obviously telling us that even if he doesn't bring any guards with him, we can't do anything to him. Isn't that right? The bodyguard's furious roar echoed throughout the war room. In this war room, other than the bodyguard, there were 3 other people. One was Li Qingyin. This mechanical soldier who killed without blinking was now leaning against the wall at the side, looking at the surveillance screen, thinking about something. The other was Leech Binet Jr. This cursed child who also killed without blinking was hugging his sword and hiding in the corner. His pair of eyes maintained the scarlet color of his ability fully activated, and he was mumbling. Tina. 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 It was quite clear that Binay the leech was still brooding over his loss to Tina the last time. After all, the opponent was a sniper with godly skills who was not good at close combat, and he, who had the mantis factor, could be said to be invincible in close combat. In the end, he lost to a sniper in close combat, and it was a clean loss. One could imagine how Binay the leech was feeling. As for the third person, he was like the bodyguard, covered in a black robe, and even his face was hidden under the hood. The black-robed person's body, from the appearance, could only be vaguely seen from the face that it was a male. However, this black-robed person was sitting in front of the surveillance screen, looking at Noah, who was strolling back and forth on the street, holding a barbecue skewer in one hand and a cold drink in the other, very happily strolling around the street. One of his hands was constantly knocking on the table. Looking carefully, on the wrist of the hand that the black-robed person was knocking on the table, there was a tattoo. A pentagram tattoo decorated with feathers. Without a doubt, that was the proof of a member of the Five Xiang Association. However, different from the terrorist leader who launched the attack a few nights ago, the tattoo on the wrist of this black-robed person was not decorated with 2 feathers, but 5 feathers. That was the proof of a top operative of the Five Xiang Association. This black-robed person was one of the top operatives of the Five Xiang Association. Looking at this top operative of the Five Xiang Association, the bodyguard couldn't help but shout. "Sir! Don't tell me you're just going to watch that bastard arrogantly walk around in front of our eyes?" Hearing this, the black-robed person who was called, "Sir," by the bodyguard raised his head, the corner of his mouth carried a trace of sarcasm. "He is indeed very arrogant," Sir said indifferently. "He didn't bring any guards, and he didn't have a trace of defense. As our target, he is walking around in the street at this critical moment. This is either like what you said, he doesn't see us as a threat, or he is purposely leading us out. There is no third possibility. Maybe it's both." Li Qingyin laughed in a low voice. "Sir, aren't you worried about falling into that man's trap, so you can't make up your mind to assassinate him?" "Trap?" the bodyguard said disdainfully. "Isn't it just a monster leader? What kind of trap can he play?" Hearing the bodyguard's words, Li Qingyin didn't say anything, but he didn't even want to look at the bodyguard. Li Qingyin really felt that the bodyguard was laughable. Undoubtedly, he had fallen into someone else's hands, and even lost his life. In the end, he still maintained this high and mighty attitude. It was really stupid. Li Qingyin didn't even understand why Professor Grunewald would save such a useless guy, and even give him the ability to create mechanical soldiers. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy still had some use, Li Qingyin would have definitely killed him without any mercy. On the other hand, Sir didn't seem to care about the bodyguard's stupidity at all, his tone was still calm. "I didn't assassinate him not only because I was worried about falling into his trap, but also because I was waiting for everything to be ready." "Oh." Li Qingyin was interested. "You're finally going to be serious?" "That's right." Sir smiled coldly. "When everything is ready, we'll tell them that the attack a few days ago was just a game. We'll tell them what the true strength of the Five Xiang Association is. We'll let this so-called fairy tale have a good look." As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Li Qingyin and Zhuoren Baowei. "You two follow the plan, don't make any mistakes. If anyone dares to act without permission, I don't need to tell you what will happen, right?" This sentence didn't cause any reaction from Li Qingyin. He only laughed a few times in disdain. The bodyguard's body trembled, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. If it wasn't for Sir's warning, the bodyguard wouldn't have been able to resist looking for Noah, right? Now, the bodyguard could only give up on this idea. As for Li Qingyin, to him, as long as he could fulfill his wish, it didn't matter. What wish? To destroy the world. I can smell the scent of war, how delightful. Chapter 21-21. He didn't come out. On the street leading to the holy residence, Noah was still nibbling on barbecued meat skewers and drinking cold drinks like a loafer. However, he was muttering to himself in a voice that no one else could hear. Well, I was just trying to see if I could lure out Zhuo Ren, that useless idiot. It seems that there should be someone by that idiot's side who can restrain him. It had to be said that after returning to this world, Noah's thinking ability that had grown from all kinds of conspiracies and machinations that he had trained here was fully operational. Just like what Li Qingyin had said, Noah was wandering the streets leisurely for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to see if he could lure out the rats that were scurrying in the dark. Secondly, he didn't think that he would encounter any danger even if he was alone. In any case, Wood and Xia Shi were preparing for the international conference. In terms of safety, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith were there to ensure their safety. Noah could totally be a hands-off boss and do other things. Of course, Noah didn't think that such an obvious temptation, a mysterious organization with the goal of dominating the world, would be fooled. Otherwise, the other party was just a small character that wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't worth Noah's effort. The reason why he carried out such a temptation with such an idea was just to hang Zhuo Ren, that useless idiot. Even if the Wuxiang Association did have some ability, Noah didn't think that it would change anything for the idiot Zhuo Ren. If the other party was really spying on him in the dark, then Noah's arrogant stroll on the street, Zhuo Ren would definitely run out with blood rushing to his head. And since that idiot didn't run out, it proved that there was indeed a big character by his side who was restraining him. Could it be the top operatives of the Wuxiang Association? Noah took a bite of the skewer, but his face had a confident smile that made the hearts of several female high school students palpitate. It would be good if it was. Because, in this way, Noah could be sure that the leader of the mysterious organization that planned to go against the fairy tale was in the Tokyo area. Since you're here, don't leave. Muttering to himself, Noah leisurely finished the kebab in his hand and drank the cold drink. He clapped his hands and walked in the direction of the holy residence. Tomorrow, the international conference would resume. Since the bodyguard didn't jump out, he probably wouldn't be fooled again. There was no point in continuing to wander around here. Thus, Noah did not linger on the street any longer and went straight back to the holy residence. The attack a few days ago had raised the security of the holy residence to a whole new level. There were guards patrolling and standing guard everywhere. The guards obviously knew Noah. When Noah came over, they didn't check or interrogate him. They acted as if they didn't see him and let him pass. The Elysian sun had already given the order that Noah could move freely in the Elysian abode. Therefore, Noah skipped all the inspection steps and went straight to the Elysian prince's room. Then, Noah saw it. Outside the Elysian prince's room, Aster and Athena were standing guard. Seeing this, Noah was a little surprised and curious as he walked over. Master. Aster noticed Noah and immediately looked over with her purple eyes. You're here. Athena also looked over and seemed a little bored. The scene of two expressionless young girls standing guard in front of the door really gave people a kind of feeling that they couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to be standing guard outside the room. Noah found it funny as he walked up. I thought you guys would be following the target of your protection. I'm carrying out the task Master gave me. Aster immediately clarified. But this sword spirit won't let me in. Oh. Noah blinked and looked at Athena. Why? There should be a limit to personal guards. Athena glanced at Noah. Even if I followed this sword spirit in, it would only cause the target to feel repulsed, right? That couldn't be said to be wrong. No matter what, even if it was a 24-hour personal guard, if they followed the target closely even when they were sleeping or going to the toilet, it would only cause the target to be unable to breathe. The loss outweighed the gain. Athena's consideration was indeed very comprehensive. She even thought of this point. However, Athena obviously didn't have any self-awareness. Although this goddess of wisdom was smart, she didn't think that for a young girl, if there were two cute little girls following her all the time, even if they slept on the same bed, she wouldn't feel repulsed at all, right? However, no matter what, the Elysian prince was the ruler of a country. If outsiders knew that the Elysian prince had to hug his guards to sleep before he could fall asleep, it would be too outrageous. Therefore, it wasn't a bad choice for Aster and Athena to stand guard outside the door. However, Noah, who had never seen the two girls like this, couldn't help but laugh. This made Athena frown slightly. She stared at Noah with her coquettish snake eyes and said, "I feel like you're thinking about something very rude. Although it's just my intuition, a god's intuition shouldn't be wrong." "Something rude?" Aster looked at Noah with pure and innocent eyes and said, "Master, are you thinking about H? You're still the same as before. Undoubtedly, you don't know anything, but you always say shocking things." Noah was speechless. "Forget it, you two continue to stand guard." With that, Noah pushed open the door and walked in under Aster's confused and displeased gaze. Gotcha! Following the soft sound of the door closing, a quiet room appeared in front of Noah. The person Noah was looking for was naturally in this room. However, the other party didn't notice Noah's arrival. In front of the desk, Elysian Emperor was sitting with his back facing the door. He had a pen in his hand and was writing something very seriously. Seeing this, Noah deliberately slowed down his footsteps and walked behind Elysian Emperor. Only then did he realize that Elysian Emperor was not doing anything else but arranging the procedures for tomorrow's international conference. Seeing Elysian Emperor repeatedly writing down the procedures of the conference, Noah couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The Elysian son was startled. He turned his head and saw Noah. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Why are you here?" Now, the sky was almost dark. Noah didn't live in the celestial abode. Although they were allies, the holy abode, as the residence of the ruler of the Tokyo area, had become a symbolic residence, just like the presidential palace. If Fairy Tale directly moved in and spread any rumors, it would not be good for the holy abode. Therefore, Noah, Mugen, Hina, Xiaoshi, Yanzhu, and Rentaro all lived in the International Hotel, not in the celestial abode. In the past 2 days, in order to prepare for the international conference, Elysian Emperor was almost busy, and Noah was strolling on the street to see if he could provoke the bodyguard. Naturally, they didn't meet. Looking at Elysian Emperor's happy and surprised expression, Noah somewhat playfully smiled. "What? Could it be that I can't come? Then I'll go." With that said, Noah really turned around and prepared to walk in the direction of the door. Elysian Emperor was anxious. Immediately, Elysian Emperor quickly stood up and grabbed Noah's clothes. The corner of Noah's mouth lifted slightly, turned his head, and looked at Elysian Emperor. Under Noah's gaze, Elysian Emperor lowered his head shyly and said softly, "I'm very happy that you can come." This sentence, if it wasn't for Noah's enhanced hearing, he might not have heard it. So, Noah smiled. Okay, I'm just teasing you." Noah laughed and pinched Elysian Emperor's little nose, then sat down on Elysian Emperor's seat, took the girl's hand, and directly pulled. "Ah!" Elysian Emperor let out a little exclamation, and then her body was pulled into Noah's arms and directly sat on his lap. Only lovers were allowed to be close to each other, making Elysian Emperor, who had never been so close to any opposite sex, blushed. Of course, Elysian Emperor didn't know that when she, who was originally as holy as a goddess, acted like a young girl, it was even more attractive. Chapter 21-22. Looking at the holy ruler of the Tokyo region showing a shy expression, Noah's heart was hot. He wanted to hold back, but he reacted. "Why should I hold back? I don't hold back for others, why should I hold back for a lover who has already confirmed their relationship?" With this in mind, Noah simply kissed the delicate face of the girl in his arms. "Ah!" Shingzi suddenly exclaimed again, and the shyness in her eyes turned into shame and anger. She glared at Noah with a red face and protested aloud. "I'm working." Yes, I know that our Lord Shingzi loves work the most." Noah smiled indifferently, picked up the meeting process that had been simulated several times on the table, and sighed. However, our Lord Shingzi doesn't seem to know that her work is completely redundant. No matter how much memorization is required, there is no need to simulate the meeting process so many times, right? Although the meeting was proposed by the countries of the world, since the location was chosen in the Tokyo region, the process of the meeting naturally had to be drawn up by the ruler of the Tokyo region. However, the process of the meeting simulated by Xingzi was already so detailed that it couldn't be more detailed, but this girl had been simulating it over and over again. It was really a bit clumsy. No matter what, even if the location is chosen in the Tokyo region, the meeting is still proposed by the countries of the world. No matter how detailed your simulation is, if you don't get to the point, then it's just useless work. Noah raised the draft in his hand and said to Xingzi. This time, the countries of the world are obviously here for the fairy tale, but you didn't mention a single word about this during the entire meeting. Do you think the countries of the world will continue to follow your ideas? Hearing this, the blush on Xingzi's pretty face slowly faded, and she sighed consciously. I also know that this is just useless work, but if possible, I really don't want to see the only remaining human countries in the world still fighting for the so-called hegemony at this juncture. Compared with before the emergence of gastronomes, today's human beings could almost be said to be struggling at death's door. Even the tiny island nation of Japan had lost most of its land due to the threat of the protozoa. The remaining humans were divided into 5 regions and survived by relying on the giant stone tablet. It was not hard to imagine that the other large countries would suffer even greater disasters. Under such circumstances, humans should work hand in hand to deal with the protozoa that threatened the survival of the entire human race. However, humans had completely failed to grasp the instinct that even protogut animals would not kill each other. Even in this situation, they were still fighting against each other. This made the Holy Son of Heaven feel sad. You're just too kind. Noah naturally knew what kind of person his little girlfriend was. His tone couldn't help but soften. However, it's not a good thing to be too soft-hearted. Sometimes, you have to be decisive when it's time to be decisive. You're the ruler of the Tokyo region. You should understand this, right? I know what you want to say. The Elysian prince fell silent for a moment before looking at Noah. I'm just worried that the worst will happen tomorrow. Under the gaze of the Elysian Son of Heaven, Noah also fell silent. After a while, Noah spoke faintly. Are you referring to the war? The Elysian Son of Heaven nodded solemnly. The reason why all the countries in the world targeted Fairy Tale was because Fairy Tale had taken in the cursed children of all the countries in the world and obtained an extremely powerful strength. It even had the ability to compete for the hegemony of the world and threaten all the countries. In this case, at tomorrow's international conference, it was already obvious which aspect the countries around the world would target. In order to weaken the power of Fairy Tale and to take back the weapons that used to belong to their countries, the countries around the world will definitely raise the issue of the cursed children's whereabouts. The Elysian Son of Heaven said worriedly. As the main culprit behind the illegal abduction of citizens from various countries, every country in the world would definitely condemn your guild with righteous words tomorrow and demand the return of their cursed children. It would not be impossible for them to demand compensation from Fairyland. This was the so-called politics. Even if Fairy Tale took in children from all over the world for the sake of the cursed children's future, taking away the people of a country without permission was indeed a violation of the law. No matter how much the countries around the world hated the cursed children, they could still use this as an excuse and stand on the side of justice. Just like what the Elysian Son of Heaven said, they would condemn Fairy Tale and demand compensation. And if Fairy Tale doesn't accept, the countries around the world will definitely use the excuse of seeking justice as an excuse to declare war on Fairyland. The Elysian Son of Heaven looked straight at Noah. When that time comes, what will you do? What would Noah do? Under the Elysian Son of Heaven's gaze that seemed to want to see through his heart, Noah spoke indifferently. Don't you already know the answer? Hearing this, the Elysian Son of Heaven could not help but show a worried expression. That's right. The Elysian Son of Heaven already knew the answer. Because, just 3 years ago, Noah made a choice. On one side, it was the hopeless humans. On the other side, it was the innocent children. Which side would he stand on? Based on the Elysian son of heaven's understanding of his sweetheart, no matter how he thought about it, there was only one answer. And this answer was not only the answer that Noah would give, but also the answer that everyone in fairyland would give. We, fairy tale, will only fight for our family and companions, Noah said without hesitation. If someone wants to harm our family and companions, then the entire fairyland will not be afraid of any challenge or battle. That's right. This answer was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of fairyland and even other regions and countries. And there would not be any wavering. But the countries around the world will definitely not let this go. The Elysian son of heaven smiled bitterly. In the end, tomorrow's international conference will definitely develop into the prelude to war. It was because of this that the Elysian son of heaven had been doing useless things, simulating the conference process over and over again in an attempt to prevent the conference from going down the wrong path. For the Elysian son of heaven who yearned for peace, war was the only thing that must be avoided. Once a war breaks out, innocent people will definitely be implicated. Some countries will even be destroyed by primitive animals because their precious metals will be taken away by the victorious country after losing the war. This time, the severity of the situation is even worse. Once a war breaks out, it will be a real world war. The Elysian son of heaven bit his lip as he stared at Noah. Is there really no way to avoid war? Under the Elysian son of heaven's helpless and hopeful gaze, Noah shut his mouth. Seeing this, the Elysian son of heaven's eyes brightened as he quickly spoke. You have a way to avoid war, right? Who was this man before him? When he was still the president of a small civilian organization, he was able to fight a battle of wits and courage with the celestial minister of Chrysanthemum, not falling into a disadvantageous position, and even ousted him from his position. Even the dictatorial Chiwu Xuanzong couldn't do anything to this man, and because of the development plan he left behind 3 years ago, all the countries in the world ended up being controlled by others. If there was anyone who could find a way to avoid war, the Elysian son of heaven believed that it was definitely the man in front of him. The key was whether Noah was willing or not. After all, Noah wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy to those who intended to hurt the people around him. Thinking of this, the holy son of heaven shyly wrapped his arms around Noah's neck and asked in a coquettish manner. I know that you hate those selfish people, but the commoners are innocent. For the sake of those innocent commoners, please, help me. Under the Elysian son of heaven's pleading tone, Noah finally smiled bitterly. Immediately, Noah stared at the Elysian son of heaven. It's my bad luck to have a loyal head of state like you. The Elysian son of heaven smiled happily. Chapter 21-23. The next day, early in the morning. Early in the morning, on the roads leading to the center of Tokyo District 1, luxury cars came from all directions like a procession, gradually rushing to a huge clubhouse. It was a clubhouse in the middle of a road, located in a vast square, shaped like a giant egg. In front of the clubhouse was a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a gorgeous fountain. Logically speaking, most of the Earth's land is now occupied by protozoa, and the population is facing a shortage of living places. It is not a wise decision to make such a vast piece of land so luxurious, and it seems that no one usually lives in it. However, no matter where, the facade is a very important thing. If it is really necessary to be extravagant and wasteful, then it can't be saved. This clubhouse in front of him belongs to the ranks of necessary extravagance and wastefulness. Because this clubhouse is the embassy of the Tokyo region. As a permanent diplomatic representative office of a country, the embassy represents the interests of the entire country and is fully responsible for the communication and exchange between the country and foreign countries. Of course, as the most important building of a country, the embassy can't be too shabby no matter what. The embassy in District 1, which is located in the center of Tokyo, is mainly used as a venue for communication between the Tokyo area and the remaining 4 areas of Japan that were left after the collapse of the past. But today, this clubhouse is open to the whole world, welcoming representatives from all over the world. Luxurious limousines were parked around the square one after another. Under the protection of a group of guards, the representatives of the various countries moved towards the embassy one by one with a serious expression on their faces. At the entrance of the embassy, the Tokyo region's dignitaries in charge of reception stepped forward one by one, bowed to the representatives from all over the world, exchanged greetings, and then led the representatives from all over the world into the embassy. For a while, the entire embassy seemed to be unusually lively. And around the embassy, the security was also extremely tight. Not only the large team of police officers, but they also drove police cars and patrolled everywhere. Even the self-defense forces, which are usually stationed at the border of the country, sent a lot of personnel, holding heavy machine guns and large weapons, standing guard in various places. A rigorous and solemn atmosphere pervaded the entire embassy. Under such circumstances, the protagonists finally arrived late. Several limousines slowly drove into the plaza of the embassy and stopped directly in front of the red carpet that extended from the main entrance. They then opened the doors and alighted. The first to descend was the Holy Son of Heaven. Under the protection of the guards of the holy residence, the Holy Son of Heaven, dressed in a white suit, got off the car. However, he did not walk to the red carpet. Instead, he stood in place and waited. After Shengtianzi's car left, another car stopped in front of Shengtianzi. There were 3 people who got off the bus. One was Heaven's child Mugang. One was Rintaro Rikami. The last one was naturally Noah. After getting off the car, Noah raised his head and looked at the embassy in front of him. Mugino and Rintaro came to Noah's left and right respectively. Like followers, they announced who the owner of the fairy tale was. They also looked at the huge hall in front of them with serious expressions. Because, for the fairy tale, the embassy in front of them was likely to become a battlefield made purely of words today. If they were not careful, it was very likely that from today onwards, Fairyland would become the public enemy of the world. The people inside will all become our enemies later, right? Mugino said in a low voice. To be valued and viewed as enemies by all the countries in the world, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. At the very least, we hope to be able to come out smiling, while others will definitely want to see us come out crying. Ryutaru tugged at his tie. His tone inevitably became a little rough. The only thing I can be sure of is that after the meeting, I will definitely hate a lot of people. Someone you hate? Noah curled his lips, but smiled faintly. I think, after the meeting, there will definitely be a lot of people who will hate us. Hearing this, Mugino and Rintaro both laughed bitterly. However, Noah's relaxed attitude made the two of them feel more at ease. Although there were many things that they should be worried about, since this person who had once established the entire fairy tale as the hope of a new era and protected a group of children from the dark side of human beings was here, then the problem in front of them should be easily solved, right? Mugino and Rintaro believed so. At this time, Elysium slowly walked over and stopped in front of the 3 people. As soon as he came up, Elysium noticed something and asked in surprise. Where are Miss Hina, Miss Natsuki, and Miss Yenju? Yes. Only Noah, Mugino, and Rintaro came down from the car. The 3 people who started them were nowhere to be seen. Not only that, but Orpheus and Lilith were also not here. Even Aster and Athena, who were originally sent to protect Elysium, suddenly disappeared when Elysium woke up in the morning. In response, Mugino and Rintaro shook their heads at the same time. We don't know either. They were gone when we woke up in the morning. Noah only told us not to worry, but did not tell us the details. Elysium turned his gaze to Noah when he heard Mugino and Rintaro's words. His eyes were full of questions. Seeing this, Noah smiled and said, Those children have another mission and have returned to Fairyland. Returned to Fairyland? Both Mugino and Rintaro were surprised. Then doesn't that mean? Elysium was even more surprised. You don't even have a guard by your side now? This was not a joke. One must know that now, every country in the world saw fairy tale as a thorn in their side. In order to eliminate the threat of fairy tale, they were always thinking of getting rid of the leader of fairy tale. Under such circumstances, it would be foolish of him not to bring a single guard with him. Seeing the worry in Elysium's eyes, Noah pretended to be relaxed as if he wanted to reassure the overly kind leader of the country. What do you mean no guards? Don't we still have Mugino and Rintaro? Hearing this, Mugino and Rintaro's bitter smile deepened. Although I'm confident in my own strength, I can't guarantee that I'm better than Hina and Yenju. Mugino sighed. Moreover, undoubtedly, I'm the acting leader, and now you want me to be a guard? Well, I did come here with the intention of becoming a guard, Ryutaru said in a puzzled tone. But, without the initiator by your side, isn't it a little too dangerous? Maybe? Noah said to Rintaro in a mocking tone. So, you'll have to work harder, Mr. Partner of Justice. Hearing this, Elysium and Mugino both paused for a moment, then laughed. The confusion on Rintaro's face instantly turned into annoyance. You guys always bring up what happened 3 years ago, don't you get tired of it? 3 years ago, in order to get Noah to save the entire Tokyo area, Rintaro stood up for justice and fought with Noah. After that, Rintaro was always ridiculed by the guild members as the partner of justice. Even the International Initiator Monitoring Committee considered whether they should give Rintaro the nickname, Partner of Justice, which made Rintaro break down several times. Who told you to be in the limelight at that time? Noah couldn't help but laugh. Just accept your fate. Ryutaru could only glare at Noah with resentment in his eyes. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Alright, everyone. Elysium put away the smile on his face and became serious. It's time to go in. Noah nodded nonchalantly, and then led Mugino and Rintaro toward the embassy under Elysium's guidance. The heavily guarded embassy was like the calm before the storm, exuding a solemn atmosphere. Chapter 21-24. Because representatives from all over the world will be attending this conference, and this world is just an ordinary world, unlike the Demon High School, where they can teleport to their destination with a magic circle. Therefore, the time of the conference is set at noon. After the representatives from all over the world arrived at the embassy, they will be arranged to rest in their own rooms. After lunch, they will gather in the conference room and start the conference. Therefore, Noah and the others actually came early. However, it is necessary to come early. If the conference starts right away, then many things will not be prepared. Whether it is for their own people or for outsiders, this is the case. It was precisely because of this that many representatives from various countries had arrived in advance and started making preparations. Of course, these preparations, as for what, only the people involved know. And as the host, Shingzi has a lot of preparations. From welcoming the guests to settling them down. From settling them down to taking care of them. From taking care of them to greeting them. From greeting them to probing them. And so on and so forth. Similar preparations need to be done by Shingzi. Among them, the most important one is safety. After all, representatives from all over the world are gathered here. If something happens to one of them in the Tokyo area, then the country that the representative is from will definitely ask the Tokyo area to bear extraordinary blame and punishment. Therefore, the safety of the representatives is definitely the most important thing during this international conference. Although I don't know if terrorists will suddenly attack the embassy and cause harm to the important representatives in the embassy, but just in case, I have gathered all the police and self-defense forces here. Shingzi said to Noah as they walked in the corridor of the embassy. In addition to the various miscellaneous arrangements during the conference, many senior officials in the Tokyo area have been transferred here to help. Now, let me introduce you to the people in charge of these tasks. Shingzi said as he brought Noah, Mugeng, and Rintaro to a lounge. A guard stepped forward and opened the door of the lounge, allowing everyone to see the scene inside. Immediately, Noah, Mugeng, and Rintaro all saw it. In the resting room, there were 3 people talking. The group that was talking was a group of 2 men and a woman. The 2 men gave off a completely different feeling. One was a tall young man wearing a suit and glasses, giving off a shrewd feeling. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform and a military cap, giving off a strong and experienced feeling. The only woman in the room was a young girl. Wearing a kimono, holding an iron fan, a beautiful young girl with a beauty mark under the corner of her eye. Looking at the two men and one woman talking, Noah, Mugang, and Rentaro's attention was instantly taken away by the young girl. Of course, it was not that Noah and Rentaro only had beautiful women in their eyes, nor was it that Mugang had any special fetishes. The reason why they were attracted to the girl in kimono was because she was someone they were familiar. Thus, Noah, Mugang, and Rentaro were all shocked. Wei. The girl in the kimono was the daughter of the president of the world's largest weapons company, Sima Heavy Industries, Sima Wei Ji. She had once helped Noah and Rentaro a lot, and was also at loggerheads with Mogensha. Huh? Wei Sima turned her head and looked at the door. Then, her eyes lit up, and she stood up with a smile. Everyone, long time no see. Hearing this, Noya and Ryotaro looked at each other, both feeling somewhat relieved. Obviously, both of them knew why Wei Sima was here. Undoubtedly, as the acting president of Fairy Tail, Mugang was usually very smart and capable. But at this time, blood rushed to his head and he stared at Wei Sima without thinking. Why are you here? Oh. Wei Sima pretended to be surprised as if she didn't notice Mugang's existence until now. So you're here too? Mugang? I understand. Mugang smiled. His smile was very bright. You're here to cause trouble, right? With that said, Mugang did not hesitate to reach for the blade on his waist, as if he wanted to pull it out. Seeing this, Noah and Rentaro were shocked. Although they knew the relationship between Mugang and Wei Sima was extremely bad, this girl didn't know how much trouble she would cause if she pulled the sword out in this situation. Immediately, Noah knocked on Mugang's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Mugang held her head and stared at Noah with tears in her eyes. Noah didn't even bother with her. He pressed down on her head and restrained her. Then, he looked at Wei Ji and laughed bitterly. Miss Sima, please don't provoke my girl here, okay? I didn't provoke Mugang. Wei Sima was still smiling, but her words were like this. For the president of a private company who was once a poor ghost who couldn't even afford a bowl of eel rice, as the current president of Sima Heavy Industries, how could I do such a tasteless thing as stimulating inferior people? Wasn't this an obvious provocation? Ha! Ha ha ha! Mugang's smile twitched as she stiffly turned her head and looked at Noah. Noah, this is my lifetime request. Let me kill this snake girl, okay? Hearing this, Noah didn't have time to react before Wei Sima spoke. Aya, how scary. Wei Sima pretended to shout. Little Noah, you have to protect me, okay? Saying this, Wei Sima directly went to Noah's side and hugged his arm. Mugang's face twitched when she saw this. Ryotaro, on the other hand, seemed to have foreseen what was about to happen. He turned his head away as if he couldn't bear to watch, only to be shocked again. Because in Rentaro's line of sight, the sage son of heaven was standing there, staring at Wei Sima who was hugging Noah's arm. The expression on his face completely faded. Rentaro had to swear that this was the first time he saw the kind and peace-loving sage son of heaven show such an expression. Not to mention Rentaro, even Noah, who had seen many of the sage's girlish side in private, had never seen such an expression before. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. However, before Noah could push Wei Sima away, Mugang fiercely hugged Noah's other arm. Noah almost screamed. It couldn't be helped. Due to using too much strength, Mugang's voluptuous upper body was directly pressed against Noah's arm. The overly soft and comfortable feeling made Noah's heart skip a beat. However, Mugang didn't notice this at all. She hugged Noah tightly and glared at Wei Sima. Let go of me. Snake girl. Mugang shouted. Do you think someone like you can hug the guild leader of Fairy Tail? With my relationship with little Noah, what's a hug? Not only did Wei Sima not let go, she hugged even harder. Facing the angry Mugang, she revealed a fake smile that didn't have a trace of a smile. A woman like you who relied on little Noah's favor to climb to your current position should stay away from little Noah. Obediently go back to being the leader of a poor company that can't even afford eel rice. Yes, I did rely on Noah's favor to become the acting leader of Fairy Tail. Mugging didn't want to be outdone. Then what about you? Don't tell me you didn't rely on your Sima clan to climb to your current position. Ho ho. You want to use your family background to erase my, Sima Wei Sima's, efforts? Wei Sima's smile became more and more fake. However, this is the only way you can find a sense of superiority from me. I forgive you, Mugging. Veins popped out on Mugeng's forehead. Wei Sima's smile also began to twitch. The two stared at each other like this. Sparks seemed to come out from the friction of their gazes, making the surrounding atmosphere more and more dangerous. And Noah, who was tragically reduced to being sandwiched between the two girls, felt his hand being hugged tighter and tighter. Although it could be said to be wonderful in any situation, the gaze from the Holy Son of Heaven made Noah feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, Noah felt a sharp gaze on his body. Chapter 21-25. When that sharp gaze was directed at Noah, Noah was stunned. Because Noah, with his superior perceptive ability, could clearly feel that in that sharp gaze, there was a chilling negative emotion. That kind of negative emotion was the same as the hatred of Noah's bodyguard, or even worse. Immediately, when Noah was stunned, that gaze suddenly disappeared. Noah suddenly frowned, raised his head, and looked forward. There, the two men who were talking to Wei Weaver were both looking at Noah. However, the two's expressions were completely different. The young man in the suit had a smile on his face and gave Noah a refreshing expression. The middle-aged man in the military uniform had a straight face. He looked at Noah as if he was looking at a playboy. Even if he didn't show any disgust, the displeasure in his eyes was quite obvious. Under such circumstances, Noah narrowed his eyes and looked at Xing Tianzi. Xing Tianzi, can I trouble you to introduce them to me? That one sentence completely washed away the comical atmosphere around them. Mugging and Wei Weaver realized what kind of situation they were in and quickly let go of Noah's hand. Xing Tianzi coughed, stepped forward, and said to Noah, Mugging, and Rentaro. Let me introduce them to you. Then, Xing Tianzi looked at the middle-aged man in the military uniform. This is the Supreme Commander of the Tokyo Self-Defense Forces. He is responsible for leading the self-defense forces. This time, he is in charge of the posts and patrols around the embassy. I am Soma Muneshi. The middle-aged commander said in a sarcastic tone. Thanks to Xing Tianzi's kindness, I am the commander of the self-defense forces. I have heard of your names a long time ago. It's really an eye-opener for me to see you here with a playful attitude. Needless to say, who Soma Muneshi was referring to. At that moment, both Mugging and Wei Weaver showed a somewhat awkward expression. They couldn't help but look at each other, then they snorted and turned their heads away. The hatred between the two of them was indeed unusually high. Seeing that the atmosphere had become dangerous, Elysian's Son of Heaven seemed to want to smooth things over, and introduced another person. This is the police of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He is responsible for leading the relevant personnel of the police department to protect the safety of the representatives. Hello. The young man in the suit smiled politely at everyone. I am Toshiro, please take care of me. That candid performance gave everyone a good impression. Compared to Xiangma Zongxiong, his attitude was like heaven and earth. Looking at the young man who called himself Toshiro, Mugging and Rentaro both seemed to have thought of something important and stood up in surprise. Mugging-san. Rentaro looked at Mugging in surprise. This person can't be you. Mugging also looked at Cupboard Tuolang with surprise and uncertainty, and asked with great uncertainty. Is it really you? Mr. Toshiro? You finally remembered me. Cupboard Toshiro smiled happily. I thought Tomato-san had forgotten about me. How could that be? Mugging quickly shook her head and smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, so I didn't think of you. That's good. Toshiro was relieved. I thought Tomato-san had really forgotten about me, then I would be very sad. You must be joking. Mugging showed a rare embarrassed expression. Seeing Mugging like this, Rentaro's expression became a little unhappy. Noah's heart skipped a beat. It seems that Mugeng and Rentaro both know this police officer called Toshiro. With this thought in mind, Noah didn't ask Mugeng and Rentaro anything on the spot. Instead, he nodded to Soma Muneshi and Toshiro. "I'm Noah Doria, I was a little rude just now, please don't take it to heart." Soma Muneshi snorted and didn't say anything. "How could that be?" Toshiro responded to Noah in a friendly manner. "Tomato-san and Tomato-san's relationship has been so good since young, and you haven't seen each other for so long, you must miss each other very much, right? Who has a good relationship with this guy?" Mugeng and Unweaver didn't hesitate to speak at the same time, then they glared at each other and shouted at the same time. "Don't copy me." Watching this scene, Ryutaru began to sweat. Even Toshiro of the cabinet could only smile wryly. Soma Muneshi seemed to have had enough and shouted angrily. "Enough! If you think this is a place to hold a party, then go back." Xiangma Zongxiong's roar gave everyone a fright. Even Noah narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Soma Muneshi. "Commander Soma." Seiko looked at Soma Muneshi in shock. "What are you doing?" "Lord Seiko, forgive me for not being able to recognize this group of brats," Soma Muneshi said coldly. "This is a serious international meeting place, and now that representatives from all over the world are gathered here, it is no doubt an honor for our Tokyo region, but this group of brats is fooling around in such a serious place, I really can't stand it anymore." "You." Mugeng and Unweaver's face suddenly became a little ugly. Admittedly, in such an occasion, Mugeng and Unweaver's quarrel was a bit ridiculous, but Soma Muneshi's words were too harsh, right? Seiko frowned, and when he was about to say something, he was stopped by Noah. "Commander Soma, right?" Noah looked at Soma Muneshi. "I'm sorry, my representative was a bit ridiculous, I apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Xiangma Zongxiong revealed a mocking expression. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Noah. "However, Commander Soma," Noah said indifferently, "I have to give you a warning." "Warning?" Soma Muneshi's eyes widened, and he was so angry that he laughed. "You're warning me? What? Am I not qualified to warn you?" Noah looked at Soma Muneshi with a smile. "You seem to think that we are the family members of the Holy Son of Heaven. You keep calling us little brats. But I have to remind you that the so-called serious international conference in your eyes is held for my guild. Have you forgotten?" Soma Muneshi opened his mouth, and only then did he suddenly realize. That's right, these people in front of him were not Seiko's subordinates, nor were they residents of Tokyo. In addition to Unweaver, Noah, Mugeng, and Rentaro all came from Fairyland, and they were the top management of Fairy Tail. This time, the international conference was held because of Fairy Tail. The group of brats in Soma Muneshi's eyes were not here to observe, but to participate in the meeting as members of the meeting. "We were invited to participate in this international meeting, logically speaking, we are guests, but is this how your country treats guests?" Noah said lightly. "If that's the case, then I think, Fairyland will not participate in this international meeting." As soon as these words came out, other people's reactions aside, Soma Muneshi finally broke out in a cold sweat. If Noah really left, this international meeting would definitely not continue, and they would have to announce the disbandment. Moreover, the world would not be able to denounce Fairyland. Because, it was not that Fairyland did not want to participate in the meeting, but if the people of Tokyo neglected a country's representative, causing them to leave in anger, the world's blame would be directed to Tokyo, and not Fairyland. At that time, in Soma Muneshi's eyes, the international meeting that gathered representatives from all over the country, and for Tokyo, would become a scandal in Tokyo. As for him, Soma Muneshi, he would have to admit all the responsibility, and under the condemnation of the world, he would be ousted by the angry Tokyo officials and people, and even become a street rat. Thinking of this, Soma Muneshi's forehead was full of sweat. Noah was right. Because Noah and the others were too close to Seiko, and because they were too young, Soma Muneshi thought of Noah and the others as Seiko's family group, the rising stars of Tokyo, and completely forgot that they were not from Tokyo at all. This was also because Unweaver was in a mess with Noah and the others, so it gave Soma Muneshi this illusion. Now, it was too late for regrets. Chapter 21-26. Under Noah's gaze, Soma Munekika squeezed out a voice with much difficulty, but he did not know what to say. This was a real international issue. Although Fairyland was only a new city discovered a year ago, in the eyes of the world, this new force was no different from a new country. Moreover, it was a powerful country with the ability to dominate the world. However, even so, it still could not erase the fact that Fairyland's history was too short. Even the guild that traced the origin of Fairyland, Fairy Tale, was just a civilian organization founded by Noah 4 or 5 years ago. Its history was too short. Therefore, many people would subconsciously ignore the fact that Fairyland was a force that was not weaker than a major country, and instead treated it as a civilian guild. Soma Munekika also made the same mistake. In addition, Noah, Mugen, and Rentaro were all once part of the Tokyo area. As a result, the commander of the self-defense forces subconsciously treated Noah and the others not as guests, but as a group of newcomers in the Tokyo area. Therefore, Soma Munekika put on airs. Unfortunately, he put on airs against the wrong people. Now, the commander of the self-defense forces was undoubtedly in a difficult situation. Under such circumstances, one person stood up. "I'm really sorry, President Noah." Toshiro quickly bowed and apologized to Noah. "Commander Soma, it's just that today's international conference is too important, and there is no room for mistakes, so he was too nervous and caused this discourtesy. Please forgive Commander Soma." With that said, Toshiro even winked at Soma Munekika. Soma Munekika finally reacted, gritted his teeth, and spoke with some reluctance. "I'm sorry, I was rude, please don't take it to heart." Mugen and Unwoven's expressions looked a lot better after seeing Soma Munekika apologize. As for Noah, he smiled slightly. "Forget it, although it's a little unpleasant, we did have some discourtesy on our side, so let's just forget about it." Hearing this, Rintaro let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Noah was strong enough to not embarrass Mugen and Wei too much. Otherwise, Ryotaro himself would have rushed out first. Mugen and Wei Woven, of course, knew that Noah was helping them vent their anger. They looked at Noah with gratitude. Little did they know that although Noah appeared to be very strong, he was just saying that he would leave. Of course, in this way, Noah could use this excuse to leave directly and not participate in the meeting to avoid being targeted by countries around the world. However, as mentioned before, Tokyo would definitely bear all kinds of responsibilities. At that time, Soma Munhide's downfall would be a small matter. After all, he had spoken rudely, so he deserved it. However, as the ruler of Tokyo, Sei Tianzi would also be criticized. Noah could ignore the accusations he suffered in Tokyo, but he couldn't ignore his lover being accused by others. Therefore, Noah was just saying it to scare Soma Munhide. He wouldn't really leave directly. In this regard, Sei Tianzi himself was the clearest. He smiled at Noah and immediately said to Toshiro and Soma Munhide. "The two of you are leading the Metropolitan Police Department and the Self-Defense Forces respectively. Both of you are responsible for the safety of this international conference. Because of the scale and importance of this international conference, I understand that the two of you must be somewhat nervous, but you must not neglect the foreign representatives because of this, understand?" "Yes." Toshiro and Soma Munhide bowed their heads. "Good." Sei Tianzi nodded. "Then, the two of you can go out and continue with your work." Toshiro and Soma Munhide bowed to everyone one by one and then left the room. Phew, only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief as if they had relaxed a little. "Really, what kind of person is that person?" Mugging said rather unhappily. "I didn't offend him. To be precise, we didn't offend him, but he offended us." Wei Ji raised the iron fan in her hand and covered the lower half of her face and laughed. Although he's the commander of the self-defense forces, he's too arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Don't mess around. Rintaro quickly warned. I know that your Sima family is now a big family in Tokyo, but it's your fault. It's a bit unreasonable to seek revenge. Why would I? Wei Ji suddenly turned her head. I was just joking. Ha ha ha. Like hell I'll believe you. Mugging and Rintaro both cursed in their hearts. However, that Soma Myunhide was indeed a bit arrogant. Letting Wei Ji teach him a lesson might not be a bad thing. Although Soma Myunhide was the commander of the self-defense forces, Wei Ji had many ways to deal with him. After all, today's Sima family was different from 3 years ago. They were no longer just a weapons company, they were also deeply involved in politics. Don't forget, 3 years ago, it was because the Sima family replaced the Tentong family's position and took over the Tentong family's position. That's why the Tokyo region didn't fall into a state of political paralysis and the Tentong family was completely removed. Therefore, today's Sima family was almost equivalent to the Tentong family's position in Tokyo. However, the Tentong family had a Tentong chrysanthemum as an assistant to the Holy Son of Heaven. Their position was more stable and their influence in politics was greater. Although the Sima family didn't have an assistant to the Holy Son of Heaven, the influence of the weapons company in Tokyo was just enough to fill the gap. It was because of this that Wei Ji appeared here. Toshiro Kanejima was responsible for leading the Metropolitan Police Department's police to protect the safety of the world's representatives. Soma Myunhide was responsible for leading the self-defense forces guards to set up a heavy defense line in the embassy. Wei Ji was responsible for leading the various senior officials in Tokyo. She was responsible for welcoming guests, taking care of them, preparing meals, and various other chores. In other words, the above 3 people were directly in charge of this international conference and were under the command of the Holy Son of Heaven. The only thing he didn't expect was that Soma Myunhide would suddenly go crazy and even scold Wei Ji. Perhaps it was because the self-defense forces had a considerable rejection of the police, so Soma Myunhide's attitude towards Noah's group was so bad that he thought Noah's group was a small police company. That's right. Noah looked at Mugging and Rintaro. That Toshiro Kanejima, do you know him? Mugging and Rintaro suddenly became a little hesitant. On the contrary, Wei Ji gave a mischievous smile and directly stated the reason. Of course I know him, Mugging and Kanejima were originally engaged. Engaged? Noah was stunned. Betrothed? Mugging and Kanejima were engaged. In other words, the two of them were engaged in a relationship. Do you understand? Little Noah. Wei Ji was like a judge pronouncing a sentence as she closed the iron fan in her hand and pointed at Mugging. Undoubtedly, this person is half a married woman, but she still clings to you and deceives your feelings. Her goal is to become the acting president of Fairy Tale. An unexpected conspiracy theory appeared. Even Seiji and Rintaro were shocked by Wei Ji's righteous tone and were stunned. As for Noah, he was even more stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Mugging completely lost her calm as she frantically explained to Noah. It's not like that, I was only engaged with Kanejima, and it was an engagement set by the Tendo family without permission. I never agreed, and when I left the Tendo family, the engagement was already cancelled. Perhaps because Mugging was too desperate to explain, her face turned red as she screamed. I'm still a virgin. As soon as she said this, the whole room was silent. The Holy Son of Heaven felt as if he had been stabbed by these words. His face turned red. Wei Ji laughed out loud as if her evil plan had succeeded. Ryutaru, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for Noah, the corner of his mouth kept twitching. After a while, he said with some hesitation. Okay, you're still a virgin, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. This sentence finally woke Mugging up. Wah! Half a second later, a cry filled with grief and indignation resounded throughout the embassy. Chapter 21-27. In the corner of the lounge, Mugging sat with her head lowered. Her face was covered by her long bangs, but she gave off the feeling of someone who had given up on herself. About that, Ryotaro seemed to be unable to bear it. He cautiously asked Noah, who was beside him. "Are you sure you don't want to comfort Mugen-san?" "How am I supposed to comfort her?" Noah said helplessly. "Right now, whenever Mugging sees my face, she'll be reminded of the embarrassing incident. If I go over to comfort her, I'll only be adding insult to injury." "Then what should we do?" Ryotaro asked helplessly. "Are we just going to leave her like this? Isn't it better to just leave her be?" Wei Weaver said with a smile. "It's just a Mugging. Just let her be. I'll get little Noah to pick it up later." "What do you mean pick her up?" Noah was speechless. "Mugging isn't my pet, is that so?" Wei Weaver said in surprise. "If Mugging didn't become your pet, how could she have gotten to where she is now?" Noah and Ryotaro both laughed dryly. The eldest daughter of the Sima family was indeed a devious person. "By the way, don't you have to work?" Ryotaro quickly changed the topic. "You're in charge of all kinds of chores. There should be a lot of things for you to do, right? The basic work has already been arranged. My remaining job is to deal with any unexpected situations and maintain contact with my subordinates," Wei Weaver said calmly. "Originally, I should have accompanied the Holy Son of Heaven to visit the representatives of the various countries and greet them. However, the Holy Son of Heaven asked me to stay behind and went to greet the representatives by himself. Hence, I had nothing to do. Is that okay?" Ryotaro frowned. Since they're representatives from all over the world, they're definitely not simple characters. Isn't it too risky for Lord Xingzi to deal with those cunning people alone? Now is just the stage of testing each other. The most important thing is the conference. If we can't even get through this stage, we will be completely dominated by the representatives of the various countries at noon." Noah shrugged. That girl must have had such thoughts. That's why she resolutely went to the representatives' lounge alone. It's completely different from 3 years ago when she could only rely on the celestial chrysanthemum. If it wasn't for this, our Sima clan would have already produced a Holy Son of Heaven assistant official, replacing the position of the celestial chrysanthemum minister. Wei Ji spoke frankly. The current Lord Holy Son of Heaven is no longer the same as 3 years ago. Although she is still very young and excessively kind, it is her saint-like purity that firmly attracts everyone. Even the celestial child, Chrysanthemum, serves her from the bottom of his heart. He has never thought of usurping the throne. Indeed, in the past, although the celestial chrysanthemum minister represented the dark side of Tokyo, he had never thought of usurping the Holy Son of Heaven's position. In fact, the celestial chrysanthemum minister respected and loved the Holy Son of Heaven. Even when his crimes were exposed by the Holy Son of Heaven and the celestial chrysanthemum minister fell from grace due to the Holy Son of Heaven's help, he never resented the Holy Son of Heaven until his death. On the contrary, he was gratified by the Holy Son of Heaven's growth. In the current turbid era, the Holy Son of Heaven was very precious to the entire human race for being able to maintain such kindness and purity. Unfortunately, the purest flower in the world was inadvertently plucked by someone. Thinking of this, Noah once again realized that he was indeed a person blessed by the world. Without this level of protection, it would not be so easy to pluck this flower. While Noah was sighing, Ryotaro spoke to Noah again. "Speaking of which, since Lord Xingzi has already gone to visit the representatives of the various countries, as the master of Fairyland, shouldn't you go and do a little formality?" "There's no need." Noah picked up the black tea on the table and leisurely sipped it while answering without hesitation. "If it's a meeting for the purpose of networking and exchange, then I don't mind going through the motions and establishing a friendly relationship with the various countries. Unfortunately, they're not here to be friendly with us, but to target us. If that's the case, what's the point of asking about their well-being?" Ryotaro thought about it carefully and found that it made sense. "But can't we still sound out the opinions of the various countries' representatives?" "There's no need for that. Noah pursed his lips and smiled. Because no matter what they've prepared for the meeting in the afternoon, I'll make sure they're all speechless. His extremely confident and forceful speech made Ryutaro's heart surge slightly. Even Wei Ji's eyes were twinkling like little stars as she looked at Noah with a look of admiration. As expected of the man I've chosen. To be able to become a man who can compete for the world's hegemony in less than 5 years, you're not just for show. If I had known this would happen, I would have made my move earlier and taken you down to prevent mugging from taking advantage of me. The surge in Ryutaro's heart completely disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable feeling. Even Noah almost rolled his eyes as he said in annoyance. Even if I don't do anything and just sit here, it doesn't mean that the probing won't happen. Both Wei Ji and Ryutaro were slightly taken aback by this sentence. I'm well prepared, but other people aren't. Noah smiled meaningfully. So, even if I don't go looking for others, they might come looking for me. It was as if he was trying to prove that Noah wasn't lying. In the next second, there was a knock on the door. Wei Ji and Ryutaro immediately reacted and focused their attention on Noah. Noah was still drinking his tea as he nodded at Ryutaro. Ryutaro immediately stood up, stepped forward, opened the door, and walked out. After a while, Ryutaro came back in and looked at Noah with a serious expression. Noah asked when he saw the situation. Who is it? Ryutaro was silent for a moment before he spoke. Chiwoo Myunsuk. Noah raised an eyebrow, then smiled. I didn't think he would want to contact me. I thought he would never want to see me again. After all, Noah was the one who made this dictator fall. It must have left quite a scar in his heart. But that guy's got the guts. Noah put down his teacup and said. Let him come in. Rentaro immediately nodded, turned around, and walked out again. Noah. Mugging finally recovered from the shock and came to Noah's side. Don't worry. Noah said calmly. 3 years ago, I had him under my thumb. 3 years later, I can do the same. Mugen's expression softened. He nodded and stood behind Noah. Not long after, Ryutaro opened the door and walked in with a person. That person was naturally Chiwoo Myunsuk. After 3 years, Chiwoo Myunsuk still gave off the same imposing aura as before. He was like a lion that was ready to devour its prey at any moment. However, 3 years ago, when they first met, Chiwoo Myunsuk only regarded Noah as the leader of a police organization with some ability. Every word he said was filled with extraordinary arrogance. Today, Chiwoo Myunsuk no longer had the same arrogance as before. The moment his eyes met with Noah's, his expression immediately became serious. Long time no see, President Chiwoo, Noah said with a faint smile. I haven't seen you for 3 years. It seems that your body is still as strong as before. After all, it wasn't easy for me to survive from your hands, Chiwoo Myunsuk said in a self-deprecating manner. If I die so casually, wouldn't that be very disrespectful to you? I don't think so. Noah spread his hands. After all, there's a distance between Fairyland and the Osaka area. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. It's not easy to do anything. On the contrary, there should be many people in the Osaka area who hate President Chiwoo Myunsuk. I wouldn't be surprised if someone succeeded in venting their anger. Unfortunately, other than you, I've never been defeated by anyone. Chiwoo Myunsuk narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not that I'm disappointed. Noah glanced at Chiwoo Myunsuk. To me, whether you live or die really doesn't matter much. Chapter 21-28. Just like 3 years ago, the beginning of the conversation between Noah and Chiwoo Zhongshuan made the atmosphere extremely dangerous. The sinister atmosphere made Mugang and Rintaro's faces tense, while Meiji was secretly nervous. Under such circumstances, Noah and Zhongshuan looked at each other, one with a smile on his face, the other with an awkward expression. It was clear who had the upper hand. Seeing the atmosphere of the entire lounge become extremely heavy, Wei Ji seemed to want to break the deadlock. She coughed and stood up. Hello, President Zhongshuan. I haven't greeted you in a long time. The daughter of the Sima family? Zhongshuan turned his gaze and looked at Wei Ji. After looking at the kimono beauty in front of him for a while, he smiled unrestrainedly. I heard that your Sima clan has completely replaced the Tian Tong clan's position in the past. That's really worth celebrating. Thank you for the compliment. Wei Ji smiled sweetly. This time, it is also thanks to the Holy Son of Heaven that Wei Ji has the opportunity to serve the representatives of various countries. I am deeply honored. You're quite a sweet talker. No wonder the old man of the Sima family is assured to give you the political and commercial rights. At least on the surface, you're quite good. Zhongshuan said with a sarcastic tone. Also, you seem to have a good relationship with Fairyland. After all, if it weren't for President Noah, our Sima family wouldn't have today's status. Wei Ji knows how to repay kindness. Wei Ji replied unhurriedly. Besides, the Tokyo region and Fairyland are allies. As the Holy Son of Heaven's assistant, Wei Ji naturally has to have a good relationship with the leader of Fairyland. With that said, Wei Ji's tone changed. However, President Zhongshuan seems to have something to discuss with President Noah. It would be rude of me to stay here any longer, so I'll take my leave. After that, Wei Ji bowed to Zhongshuan, then glanced at Noah's direction. After seeing Noah nodding slightly, she smiled and left. Finally, only the rulers of Fairyland and Osaka were left at the scene. President Chiwu. Mu Geng was like Noah's secretary as he greeted Chiwu Zhongshuan. Please take a seat. Humph, Chiwu Zhongshuan snorted, but he followed Mu Geng's instructions and sat opposite Noah. Looking at Mugeng and Rentaro, who were standing by Noah's left and right, Chiwu Zhongshuan said to the two of them. Back then, I never would have thought that the two brats left behind by the celestial Tong family would actually join the guild Fairy Tale. Furthermore, they even made such a big name for themselves. I guess I misjudged them. Hearing this, Mugeng and Rentaro did not feel the slightest bit of joy at being praised. The two of them were no longer ignorant people. They wouldn't be deceived by such flowery words. Instead, they could clearly perceive the deeper meaning in other people's words. If even Mugeng and Rentaro could sense it, there was no way Noah wouldn't know what Zimu Zhongshuan meant. 3 years ago, President Chiwu mentioned more than once that in order to fight for world hegemony, it was necessary to have a powerful force. For the sake of one's ambition, one must turn all the powerful guys into one's own pawns, right? Noah said casually. What? Has the president taken a fancy to Mugeng and Rentaro? One is ranked 3rd in the IP ranking, and the other is ranked 7th. These two can be ranked in the top 10. Of course, I want them. Chiwu Zhongshuan stared at Noah. In this era, great power can decide everything. Only the side that has greater power can obtain the hegemony of the world. As the leader of Fairy Tale, you should understand this better than I do, right? Oh. Noah pretended to be confused. What do you mean? Are you trying to play dumb? Chiwu Zhongshuan said sarcastically, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. Now, who doesn't know that you have the ability to obtain the world? You've easily gotten what I've always wanted, haven't you? I'm even beginning to suspect that the reason you created Fairy Tale back then was to prepare for the hegemony of the world. Chiwu Zhongshuan's words made Mugeng and Rentaro frown slightly, with a little anger surging in their hearts. As the heroes who built Fairyland to its current scale, Mugeng and Rentaro knew better than anyone why Noah was working so hard. How could this ambitious guy before them understand Noah? To Noah, world hegemony was the most boring thing. Noah's efforts all along were not for some boring world hegemony, but to save those children who were hated and rejected for no reason. The reason why the children in Fairyland could live so happily, and the reason why the cursed children all over the world could find shelter, was all because of Noah's gentleness. However, in the eyes of others, Noah's gentleness had always been a conspiracy with a purpose. The rulers of many countries all over the world believe that the reason why Noah created fairy tale, built fairyland, and provided shelter for the cursed children was to obtain the power of the cursed children and achieve his goal of world domination. No one would believe that a person would spend so much effort to do all this out of pure kindness. In this regard, as the acting president and tour group leader of Fairy Tale, Mugeng and Rintaro could understand it best. This was because Mugeng and Rintaro had also been questioned by others more than once, believing that the two of them helped Noah out of ambition, creating fairyland, and working hard for Noah until their deaths. Who would have thought that? The reason why Mugeng helped Noah without asking for anything in return was because Noah had helped her avenge her parents' death, and also gave her a new meaning in life, to not fall into the demonic path and become a person who could live under the sun. The reason why Rintaro helped Noah without asking for anything in return was because he and Noah were like-minded. Noah also wanted to save the cursed children, and also gave Rintaro the opportunity to save the world, defeat the protogut animals, and uphold justice. Therefore, Noah was indebted to both Mugeng and Rintaro. In the hearts of Mugeng and Rintaro, there was friendship toward Noah, gratitude toward Noah, and even admiration for Noah. However, there was a saying that went, "Measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick." Undoubtedly, there were some petty people who were extremely unforgiving, but were unwilling to believe that others were magnanimous as well. This referred to people with ulterior motives like Chiwu Zhongshuan. Did you think that just because you wanted to dominate the world, others had to do the same? President Chiwu, Mugeng couldn't help but say. Dominating the world isn't as attractive as you think it is. That's right. Rintaro didn't hide the mockery in his voice. At least, that's how it is for us. Is that so? Chiwu Zhongshuan glanced at Mugeng and Rintaro, then looked at Noah, who was quietly sipping his tea. Have you really never thought of dominating the world? The entire place fell silent. Under Chiwu Zhongshuan's gaze, Noah slowly raised his head, his expression extremely calm. If the whole world is filled with people like you, then I should really consider whether it's time for me to dominate the world, Noah said calmly. Otherwise, the world will really become a foul and stinky place. You. Chiwu Zhongshuan was immediately provoked, his fists clenched tightly. Noah spoke as if he hadn't seen anything. If you're here to confirm whether or not I have the intention of dominating the world, then are you satisfied with my answer? Chiwu Zhongshuan glared at Noah, his tightly clenched fists slowly unclenched. I admit that I underestimated you back then. I didn't expect you to be able to surpass me in just a few years, Chiwu Zhongshuan said in a low voice. However, I won't admit defeat just like that. With that, Chiwu Zhongshuan stood up and left. Looking at Chiwu Zhongshuan's back, Noah fell into deep thought. Chapter 21-29. With Chiwu Zhongshuan's departure, the entire lounge returned to a state of silence once again. Mugeng and Rintaro had been watching Chiwu Zhongshuan's departure until he disappeared from their sight and the door was slammed shut. Only then did they retract their gazes and look at each other. Soon after, Rintaro spoke first. That guy is still as annoying as before. Rintaro was no stranger to Chiwu Zhongshuan. In the past, when he was in the Tentong family, Prime Minister Chrysanthemum Tentong had groomed Rintaro as a politician. Because of that, Rintaro had been to all kinds of occasions and had naturally met Chiwu Zhongshuan. However, it was because he had met Chiwu Zhongshuan that Rintaro would say such a thing. Most people would not have a good impression of someone as ambitious as Chiwu Zhongshuan, right? Although I've seen Chiwu Zhongshuan before, that was before I left the Tiantong family. Mugeng crossed her arms, accentuating her ample bosom perfectly. After that, I've never seen the president again. Now that I think about it, it's great. It seemed that Mugeng did not have a good impression of Chiwu Zhongshuan as well. When she thought about how it would turn into a confrontation between herself, the acting president, and Chiwu Zhongshuan if Noah did not return, Mugeng found it very annoying no matter how she thought about it. Someone as ambitious as that would probably hate Fairyland's existence the most, right? Mugeng pointed that out. In this meeting, the people who directly clashed with us should all be people like Chiwu and Zhongshuan. Although the representatives of the various countries who came to participate in this international conference were all here for fairy tale and had the same goal, their starting points were different. Some representatives wanted to fight for the strength of the cursed child for their country. Some wanted to get rid of the situation where they might be controlled by fairyland in the future. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation to weaken fairyland's influence on the world. Some country representatives were like Qiwu Zhongshuan, whose ultimate goal was world hegemony. They could not bear to see the threat of fairyland and wanted to suppress or even eliminate it. In other words, although the representatives of these countries were all here for fairy tale, some were here for their countries, some for their rights, some for their own interests, and some for their own ambitions. Among them, people like Qiwu Zhongshuan, who believed that fairy tale was a huge threat and had their eyes on what they wanted, were undoubtedly the people who were most hostile to fairy tale. Isn't this the kind of person we need to pay attention to the most? Ryutaru scratched his head in annoyance. Really, it's one thing to be targeted by terrorist forces who can't see the truth, but I still have to deal with these ambitious guys. Just thinking about it makes me feel annoyed. But if fairy tale wants to save all of the cursed children, or even the entire world, she will have to face these people sooner or later. Mugging was very open-minded. We'll definitely have to deal with these people in the future. Riki-kun, you better be mentally prepared. I'm not good at dealing with these guys. Ryutaru quickly shook his head. Miss Mugging, if you want me to be your bodyguard, then I'll do my best. If you want me to feign civility with these guys, then forget it. That's why Riki-kun is really useless. Mugging said unhappily. Fortunately, I have Xiashi to give me ideas. Otherwise, I don't know how I'll survive these 3 years. Alright, I'm useless. Ryutaru spread his hands. Noah, on the other hand, did not hear the conversation between Mugging and Ryutaru at all as he was lost in his own thoughts. After a while, Noah raised his head and looked at Mugging. Mugging, can you get someone to keep an eye on Qiwu Zhongshuan? Get someone to keep an eye on Qiwu Zhongshuan. Mugging was stunned before she reacted. Why? Is there a problem with Qiwu Zhongshuan? There are many problems. He's so ambitious that it's already a problem for us. Noah shrugged. It's just that his dedication to world hegemony has made me somewhat suspicious. Suspicious? Ryutaru asked. Suspicious of what? Noah softly uttered a name, causing Mugging and Ryutaru to widen their eyes slightly. Are you sure? Mugging asked in surprise. Are you sure Qiwu Zhongshuan has something to do with that? Of course I'm not sure. Noah laughed. If I were sure, then I wouldn't have asked you to get someone to keep an eye on him. It's just my suspicion. You're suspicious? Ryutaru pondered. Now that you mention it, I think it's possible. Although there are ambitious guys everywhere, Qiwu Zhongshuan's desire for world domination is stronger than anyone else's. Mugging turned her gaze to the door as if she could see Qiwu Zhongshuan's back. She suddenly smiled. If that's the case, then let's get that guy to do it. That guy? Ryutaru was stunned at first, then he seemed to know who Mugging was talking about. Are you going to let him keep an eye on Qiwu Zhongshuan? After all, that guy has met Qiwu Zhongshuan many times, so he's more familiar with Qiwu Zhongshuan than anyone else. Mugging smiled. Let him keep an eye on Qiwu Zhongshuan. Hearing this, Noah could not hold back his curiosity and asked. Who's that guy? The person who used to take care of us. Mugging said mysteriously. When we left Tokyo and moved to Fairyland, he didn't come with us. Still, he's our guardian in name and has always kept in touch with us. After the existence of Fairyland was exposed a year ago, we've become closer than before. Sometimes, I'd even ask him for help with certain things, and now is the time to ask for his help. With that said, Mugging took out his phone and walked to the side to make a call. Watching Mugging like this, Ryutaru muttered wistfully. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've contacted him. Ryutaru's mutterings did not reach Noah's ears. That was because Noah was frowning and muttering. A year ago. It seems that a lot of things changed after Fairyland's existence was exposed a year ago. Not only was Fairy Tale completely pushed into the limelight, but the Tokyo region had also become an ally of Fairyland, and the relationships between various characters had also become clear. For example, Tina's sisters joined the Fairy Tale. Another example was when Zhuo Wei-ren was resurrected and Li Qing-yin reappeared. Furthermore, they were all standing opposite of Fairy Tale. The people around Noah, Mugen, Ryotaro, and the others seemed to be divided into two groups, either allies or enemies. If things continued to develop like this, the world structure would definitely become clear because of Fairyland's existence, and because of Fairy Tale's existence. But I've never had the patience to wait for things to develop slowly, Noah muttered. Let me just ignite a fire so that the fuses connected to all parts of the world will be burnt out, but not even an explosion will occur. While Noah was muttering to himself, Mugen had already finished making the call. It's done. Mugen walked over and said. The matter has been handed down, and they have also agreed to this matter. Unless Zhongshuan Qi leaves Tokyo, he will be monitored 24 hours a day. Noah nodded and did not say anything else. After all, Zhongshuan Qi was only one of the people that needed to be watched. Noah's opponent was not just Zhongshuan Qi, but the representatives of all the countries in the world. In the following period of time, as Noah said before, all kinds of people came to the door, trying to find out something. Of course, in the face of such a cunning person like Noah, these people could only leave with a belly full of anger and dejectedly. Just like that, time passed little by little. Unknowingly, noon had quietly arrived. Chapter 2130. In the very center of the embassy, there is a very spacious conference room. This conference room, until recently, was used to exhibit the famous objects of the Tokyo area. It played the role of a museum, showing the essence of the Tokyo area to the ambassadors of foreign areas. It wasn't until the countries of the world proposed a meeting and the location was chosen in the Tokyo area that the Holy Sun temporarily renovated this hall into a conference room. At this moment, in the conference room, a round table was placed in the center, sitting in the middle of luxurious chairs. The door of the conference room was open, and two guards wearing the uniform of the Holy Residence Guards stood at the door. Representatives from all over the world were accompanied by guards to the conference room one by one, and only they entered by themselves. During the previous break, the representatives of all countries had already met each other. At this time, there was naturally no need for any greetings. After entering the conference room one by one, they directly sat down, and the seats began to be occupied one by one. After the appearance of protozoa, the world's population declined sharply, and most countries were completely destroyed by protozoa, disappearing in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, it is reasonable to say that the number of representatives of countries present should not be many. However, from the beginning, the number of representatives of countries has been increasing, occupying one seat after another. By the time there were only 2 seats left in the audience, the number of representatives of countries present was already close to 100 people. Why are there so many people? Could it be that all countries in the world sent multiple representatives? Of course not. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. Just like in the past, Japan is now divided into a total of 5 regions: Tokyo, Osaka, Sendai, Sapporo, and Boto. The rest of the countries have suffered the same result as Japan, more or less divided into several regions. It is precisely because of this that in this world, the units of countries are not like before, basically divided by continents, but divided by regions. In other words, the Tokyo area is an independent country, the Osaka area is an independent country, and the rest of the areas are also divided into independent countries one after another, so the number of countries has not decreased by much. In view of this, the number of representatives from all over the world is so large. However, although the number is large, it doesn't give people a sense of noise. After all, the people present were either the heads of state or important people in power. None of them were ruffians and would not make a racket in such a formal occasion. Therefore, after taking their seats, every country's representatives just sat there quietly. Even if there were whispers from time to time, it would not spoil the solemn atmosphere of the scene. After an unknown period of time, the final main characters finally arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Noah and Seiko walked out from one end of the corridor, followed by Mugang and Rintaro. Together, they walked towards the door of the conference room. Before they even entered the conference room, Noah and the others could already see that the room was filled with representatives from various countries. The representatives in the conference room seemed to have noticed the arrival of Noah's group. They all turned their heads and looked at them. Their eyes were all focused on Noah, Seiko, Mugang, and Rintaro. Suddenly, other than Noah, Seiko, Mugang, and Rintaro's hearts tightened. Their expressions involuntarily became serious. There was still some distance between them and the conference room, but when they saw all the representatives sitting in the conference room and felt the gazes of those representatives, Seiko, Mugang, and Rintaro had the illusion that they were about to step into the mouth of a ferocious beast. Only Noah's expression did not change. His face was calm. However, Noah asked Seiko in a low voice. "The things I asked you to prepare, have you prepared them?" "I've prepared them." Seiko did not turn around. She was still looking forward. Her red lips moved slightly as she said worriedly. "But, can that avoid war?" "Ha, can it or not?" Noah smiled irresponsibly. "Just wait and see." With that, Noah did not hesitate. He quickened his pace and walked towards the conference room. Although Seiko still wanted to say something, looking at Noah's back, a surge of courage and trust emerged in his heart. He steadied himself and followed closely. Mugang and Rintaro did not hear the conversation between Noah and Seiko. They looked at each other and followed. When they reached the door, Rintaro stopped and watched as Noah, Seiko, and Mugang entered the conference room. Immediately, the two guards immediately stepped forward and slowly closed the wide door of the conference room. Bang! With a loud sound of the door closing, the entire conference room was completely sealed off. However, the heavy atmosphere in the air did not decrease. Instead, it increased. All the representatives looked at the arrival of Noah, Elysium, and Mugang. Their gazes changed, and they looked at each other. Everything was said in silence. Just like that, Noah and Seiko sat down in the remaining two seats. Only Mugang was left standing behind Noah. Looking at this scene, many of the representatives showed dissatisfaction. The importance of this international conference was self-evident. There was no need for further explanation. In order to avoid any accidents, the conference was conducted in a closed manner. Every country's representative had to go into battle alone. They were not even allowed to bring their guards with them. In the end, Noah brought someone with him. Was that not telling everyone that Noah was more special than everyone present, and even had a higher status? This way, the representatives of each country would naturally be dissatisfied. However, they were all smart people. They knew that this was not the time to denounce. That was because Mugang was not an ordinary guard. He was the acting president of Fairy Tale. Although after Noah's return, the biggest voice and decision-making power in Fairyland was Noah's, as Noah's spokesperson for the past 3 years, Mugang's existence had long been known by everyone. His reputation was comparable to the mysterious hermit. In other words, Mugang could also be a representative of Fairyland. Even so, it was equivalent to Fairyland sending 2 representatives. However, the international conference did not stipulate that a country could not send more than 1 representative, right? In this case, if they were to denounce, they would only end up with a few sarcastic remarks. It would not help the outcome at all. Thinking of this, even if they were dissatisfied, the representatives of each country did not say anything. Of course, many people thought that the reason Noah brought Mugang along was not because he lacked confidence, but because he was not in Fairyland for the past 3 years and did not understand the situation. If he were to attend this conference alone, he might be at a disadvantage. With this thought, many people began to think that the real troublesome one should be Mugang, and not Noah. Only some people knew that Noah was far more terrifying than Mugang. For example, Chiwu Zhongshuan. The opponent this time is not the brat from the Tentong family, but that terrifying cursed child Shelter. That was Chiwu Zhongshuan's thought. Just as the representatives of each country were secretly observing Noah and Mugging with various thoughts in their minds, Elysian Sun stood up. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone here. Elysian Sun bowed. Thank you all for gathering in Tokyo today and choosing us as the venue for this international conference. In the name of the ruler of Tokyo, I swear to you that I will ensure the fairness of this conference and maintain the order of the conference. I hope you can cooperate with me. After that, Elysian Sun raised his head and said so. This conference has gathered all the countries in the world today. Almost all countries have sent representatives to participate in this conference. This is a grand event that has never happened since the beginning of the Protozoa War. Here, I sincerely hope that this international conference can promote exchanges between countries, speed up the connections and relationships between countries, and make humans more united, contributing to the eradication of the protozoa and the restoration of human territory. Elysian Sun said these words in a sincere tone. Then, in the name of the ruler of Tokyo, Elysian Sun, I declare. The first international conference officially begins. Chapter 2131. President Noah. President Noah. President Noah. When Seiji announced the start of the meeting, most of the representatives couldn't wait to speak, and they all spoke in Japanese. After all, they were representatives of various countries selected to participate in the international conference. In order to achieve their own goals in the conference, it was unlikely that the countries in the world would send someone who had to communicate through a translator as a representative. There was some risk involved in that. However, when the representatives of various countries were about to speak, Noah suddenly raised his hand. Everyone, I'm sorry. Noah interrupted the speech of all the representatives with a very calm sentence. Before the meeting begins, I want everyone to witness a big action initiated by Fairyland with me. With one sentence, all the representatives present were stunned. Ignoring the stunned representatives, Noah looked at Xing Tianzi and said to him. Bring up the things you've prepared. What? Xing Tianzi was extremely surprised. Now? That's right. Noah looked straight at Xing Tianzi. Now. Got it. Xing Tianzi's face was full of confusion. He didn't know what Noah was going to do, but he still did as Noah said. He took out the communicator from his arms and said. Bring up the things. As soon as Xing Tianzi's words fell, the door of the conference room opened. The moment the clear sound of the door opening rang out, all the representatives present turned their gazes towards the door. In the next second, all the representatives of the various countries saw it. Two guards of the holy abode pushed a cart with a large LCD screen on it and came in from the door. Seeing this scene, all the representatives looked at each other in dismay. What are they going to do? Even Chiwu Zhongshuan in the crowd frowned. He stared at the LCD screen that was slowly pushed in by the guards and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. President Noah, Lord Xing Tianzi, what are you going to do? Don't worry, President Chiwu, Noah said calmly. You'll know later. Anyway, I won't disappoint you. Unfortunately, the more Noah said this, the more uneasy Zhongshuan felt. Because Chiwu Zhongshuan knew that the true master of Fairyland would never do something meaningless for no reason. When the international conference was announced, Noah was definitely not trying to mystify things by doing this. Therefore, Chiwu Zhongshuan had a feeling. Following this, the development of the entire international conference would most likely exceed the expectations of all the representatives present. With this thought in mind, Chiwu Zhongshuan suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and stared closely at the LCD screen. All the representatives present had their attention completely focused on the LCD screen, their expressions more or less carrying a trace of confusion and doubt. Just like that, the two guards pushed the screen to the front of the conference room, facing all the representatives. Only Noah had his back to the LCD screen. Then, the two guards bowed and retreated, closing the door of the conference room again. It was only then that Noah stood up, looked around at all the representatives present, and said, Next, I'm going to show you an annihilation operation launched by Fairyland alone. An annihilation operation? The representatives were shocked. What does this mean? Could it be that Fairyland was preparing to attack a nation? Is this man going to show the power of Fairyland and use a reign of terror to make everyone here compromise? All of a sudden, all the representatives of the various countries were filled with fear. Noah, on the other hand, acted as if he did not see anything and spoke to Mugging. Mugging, get ready. Got it. Mugging seemed a little surprised, clearly not knowing what Noah was planning. However, before the conference began, Noah did ask her to make some preparations. Therefore, when Noah spoke, Mugging walked to the side of the LCD screen and started operating on a laptop next to the LCD screen. Clang! In the next second, the LCD screen lit up and showed an image. The scene that appeared on the screen was a forest. Looking at the forest on the screen, the expressions of many of the representatives present changed abruptly. The demonic forest? The demonic forest. This name was familiar to all humans. This was especially true for those of the older generation who had experienced the first Protogut animal war. This name was enough to make them turn pale in fear. Because, as the name suggests, it was one of the three great demonic realms in the world today. In this era where the protozoans appeared and most of the human land was occupied by them, there were three places that were classified as the most dangerous regions by the world. In those three regions, the most terrifying protozoans in the world lived. Some of them were occupied by a large number of protozoans, treating them as territories and territories. Some of them were hibernating protozoans of the highest level, which were stage V zodiac protozoans. Even other protozoans did not dare to step into them. Therefore, these three regions were called the demonic realms by humans. They were the demonic forest, the demonic canyon, and the demonic sea region. If one day, humans had the ability to attack the three great demonic realms, it would mean that the protozoans were about to be wiped out, and the human race would regain its past glory. Therefore, the ultimate goal of humans was to trample the three great demonic realms. At this moment, the forest shown on the LCD screen was one of the three great demonic realms, the demonic forest. In there lived a group of the highest level protozoans in the world. The protozoans in this forest were at least stage 3 protozoans. Moreover, the regeneration ability of these protozoans was almost all above stage 2, so they were not monsters that could be eliminated by simply relying on the rhenium metal. As for the protozoans living in there, their number could definitely be described as tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of protozoans with the lowest stage 3 protozoans. Moreover, their regeneration ability was above stage 2, and could not be completely eliminated by the rhenium metal alone. If such a forest couldn't be called the demonic realm, then what was the demonic realm? As the representatives of the various countries looked on in shock, Mugging, who was operating the laptop, spoke. What everyone is seeing now is an image captured by our Fairyland's artificial satellite, and it's a live broadcast. As soon as he said that, not only the representatives of the various countries around the world, but even the Holy Sun's expression changed slightly. Among the 11 stage V protozoans known as the Zodiac, one of them was called Sagittarius. It was a protozoan that possessed extremely rare long-range attack means, and its danger level was far above the other stage V protozoans. When this protozoan first appeared in people's sight, it did something that caused great losses to the entire human world. That was, most of the artificial satellites launched into outer space by various countries around the world were shot down by Sagittarius. Today, Sagittarius was still a huge threat to the artificial satellites created by humans, making artificial satellites extremely precious. Artificial satellites that could be successfully launched into space and survive had practically become living fossils. He did not expect that Fairyland would have the ability to launch artificial satellites into outer space and even successfully preserve them after just 3 years of being established. This made all the representatives of the various countries realize that it was not just strength, but Fairyland's technological development was also not inferior to the major countries. Just as the various countries' representatives had such a thought, Noah's voice suddenly rang out. "All right, the operation is about to begin. Everyone, please pay attention to the screen." Hearing that, the representatives of the various countries present almost subconsciously raised their eyes and looked at the live broadcast on the LCD screen. Then, everyone saw on the screen that in one of the directions of the demonic forest, military helicopters were speeding in from the distance. When the military helicopters landed on the ground, one by one, people came down from the helicopters. These people were all 13 or 14 years old, little girls who were clearly underage. Obviously, they were all cursed children. On these cursed children, a sigil that resembled a fairy could be faintly seen. There was no need to explain the cursed children's affiliation.